No relation. I want to sing y'all a brand new song I just wrote called Don't Trust Them New Niggas Over There. Sing along if you know the words. Don't trust them new niggas over there, leaving they nigga essence in the air. Them happy, nappy head niggas with the fingers on the trigger. Don't trust them new niggas over there. Don't trust them big nostrils over yonder. They suck up so much air it'll make you wonder. Don't trust them new niggas with their spotty little nigga figures. Don't trust them new niggas over there.
I think the N-word is okay as long as they say it.
No relation. I want to sing y'all a brand new song I just wrote called Don't Trust Them New Niggas Over There. Sing along if you know the words. Don't trust them new niggas over there, leaving they nigga essence in the air. Them happy, nappy head niggas with the fingers on the trigger. Don't trust them new niggas over there. Don't trust them big nostrils over yonder. They suck up so much air it'll make you wonder. Don't trust them new niggas with their spotty little nigga figures. Don't trust them new niggas over there.
I think the N-word is okay as long as they say it.
Welcome to the stream. My bad, y'all. My bad, y'all. That was going into my other video. That was what I just showed you right there with the whole Boondocks with Uncle Ruckus. That was my first YouTube video. That was my first YouTube video. My second eldest son, he's good with editing and stuff like that. And he's the one that kind of helped me put that together, as shoddy and amateur as it is. It pretty much drives the point home what I wanted to make. So obviously, it goes into what we're going to be pretty much talking about today. I'm pretty much going to do a review of I don't want to call it a debate. Let's call it a meeting of the minds when it comes to FBA and what FBA was. So I'm going to give my own critique of what happened and things that I kind of wanted to say and certain things I want to address. Because again, the To Be Fair show, like I said, for the most part, I feel is a very fair show. It's balanced. The guys on there, I feel, for the most part, are very fair. And I think because they haven't been tainted with this FBA, so that's what makes the show very balanced. You have it's a spectrum. You have the guys that are like, hey, look, I don't know what this whole FBA thing is, so I'm just gonna just be an impartial judge, even if I'm a Black American, and if I'm gonna call foul when I see foul, right? This is the very fair side. And then you have the extreme side, obviously, will be FBA Trade, which is pretty much a mouthpiece for Tariq Nasheed as far as like saying all the same things, right? of all the racist, xenophobic things that they will say against Africans and Caribbeans, and that's just supposed to be okay. But the moment you call them a cult and stuff like that, they go ape shit crazy. But whatever, you're gonna get into that, right? So for the most part, I had a good time up there. I think for the most part it was productive. Everyone for the most part got to say their piece. But again, I'm going to pretty much get into the whole. I got highlights. I'm not gonna play the whole thing, right? But there's a couple things I highlighted in the video that I kind of want to discuss, a little bit further. And if we have time, right, I'm gonna talk about the MAGA tears, the MAGA losing it, and the lies that are being spread again about what really happened in during the whole Trump trial, rightfully being found guilty. So without further ado, we got a lot to cover. Oh, my bad. I kind of started prematurely before I started it. So hold on. I probably might have to dial it back a little. Have to dial it back a little bit. All right. I want to do it justice. I don't want to go ahead. I want to make sure everyone is heard. So, all right. So let me start it now. All right. So basically, I before I forget, I want to thank Buana. I want to thank, I heard Bakari was there, Anthony, Kuku, just everybody that came in the chat, contributed to the conversation. People that came up. I really thank you guys. Thank those brothers for coming up and everything. So you guys really held it down, and I really appreciate you guys having my back in the chat and as well as coming up. So basically here, real quick, what I'm gonna do is basically I really had no qualms with anybody. Basically, the guy in the middle is, as far as on the FBA spectrum, as far as he's like the, a zealot, like an FBA zealot. So he just believes everything Tariq Nasheed says, even though it's unhistoric. And I think the good back and forth between that was me exposing that. And you have the guy above him. His name is G. He's not like him. He's more of the lighter side of what he think FBA is, right? He's probably, let's say, if there's such a thing, on the more noble side, but at the same time, he's still has some of those FBA tendencies as far as, like, how should I put it? That certain ideologies, certain things, how he thinks is around the same way, like, someone that will claim themselves FBA, would say. It's not extremely inflammatory, but some of the questions that you will ask or some things he will say, it's a little bit disingenuous. And instead of just saying, all right, man, I see your point, and anyway, you guys just gonna see. So basically, it's a real back and forth between those two guys. Everybody else is very fair. The guy in the headphones in the top, saying he was basically just taking everything in, basically taking everything in. His commentary was fair. The guy below him with the glasses, he's from Caribbean in a sense, so obviously he's gonna pretty much agree with me, in a way. But again, he was being fair, right? The gentleman at the bottom in the black, like he's laying on a couch or whatever, he's Black American. He was extremely fair. He saw both sides of of everything. But I guess when it comes from him, it's different. When it comes from me, it's adversarial, right? And the host, last but not least, is the guy, above, with the white shirt, whatever. Again, he had an extremely fair commentary on how everything was going and the back and forth, and try to bridge a gap between what we were saying so we could pretty much understand each other. I mean, and I tried to do that, but again, I think especially with FBA Trey, he was being a little bit, he was being, he was like, he's stuck in the FBA bubble, so he can't really see other ideologies. And when you check him on that, he pivots to something else. But anyway, without further ado, I'm gonna play it and just pretty much comment through the whole thing. So I'm gonna start off now.
Black person. You were here at the founding of the United States. Your people fought in every war. Your descendants are the people that became the wealth for this country, and then you are a separate group, like non-immigrant Black people, non-source. Like you said, very source. Like you said.
So I'm trying to get the perfect ask Trey is, who is or what is an FBA? And then you can get into the movements and the layers of what FBA is. So once he tells me what FBA is, I know what he's going to tell me. Then what I'm saying is going to make more sense. So if he can real quickly tell me what is FBA. And he's going to say everything that I said. They follow a script. It's a script of what it is. He pretty much says what an FBA is verbatim. That's full of holes, not historical. Remember, guys, FBA is copywritten. It is not historical, and the person that brought that up is not. I'm not knocking people who don't have a college education, but this Tariq Nasheed does not have a college education. He's not. He's a self-proclaimed historian. We all self-proclaim historians in our own right. But if you're going to ask me where I get my sources from, I'll point you to credible sources. I point you to credible. Talk about Black history. I'll point you to credible Black sources. I'll point you to Dr. Henry Clark, Dr. Barashango, Dr. Asa Hilliard, Dr. Professor James Small, Dr. Ben, Dr. Jeffries, and so on and so forth. Tariq Nasheed did this on his own, and he's making up his own terminology. So but Trey's going to give us an explanation of what FBA is.
FBA is a foundational Black American, and it basically means that you are a non-immigrant Black person. You were here at the founding of the United States.
Okay, he says you're a non-immigrant Black person, and this is where already it's already wrong, right? So if you're an FBA, you're a non-immigrant Black person. And on my channel, I think I have in one of my videos, if you go to my video section, if you look up the word immigrant, an immigrant is a person that lives in a place of non-origin, that migrated somewhere and stayed in a place that's not their origin and settled there, right? So am I saying that Africans and people during the transatlantic slave trade immigrated voluntarily? Hell no. That was a forced immigration. That was a forced migration. And not to think about all the intertransatlantic slave trade, where you have Black people from the Caribbean and probably even Mexico, because there was slavery in Mexico too, were going back and forth. So already he's saying that as a blanket statement, like, again, Black people that were enslaved in America were just slaves in America, and they never went to the Caribbean. The ones from the Caribbean never came up to the Americas, and vice versa. So that's already from the gate just on its head wrong.
Your people fought in every war. Your descendants are the people that became the wealth for this country, and then
not all Black people fought in all wars. The Black Americans fought in all wars. So the question is, if I had let's say I go back to let's say the founding of 1776, does that make me less FBA? if my parents fought in the Vietnam War, but didn't fight in the Civil War, but fought in the Gulf War, does that make me less or more FBA? I mean, I have uncles that fought in the Gulf War. I have uncles that are a part in the military. So again, spotty definition.
And you are a separate group, like the group that created rock and roll and the group that fought white supremacy to give a place for other.
The group that created rock and roll. Okay, guess I'll give that to you, even though white people own rock and roll and black people don't own it. So you're making shit for white people and you don't benefit from it. Fine, that's what you want. Okay, but again, all people that's classified as black, whether you're from the Caribbean or Africa, you are classified as black. That's how white supremacy sees you. White supremacy doesn't divvy you up.
People in the diaspora to be able to come and benefit, and a lot of times be hostile against us because.
Again, he's saying now already. This is the question already. He said we're being hostile against him. I have said nothing. No hostility or anything is that was either directed his way or anything. So FBA has this thing to play victim when they're not the victim. While they're doing the victimizing, they're playing victim. And when you fight back, it's gonna be you're being divisive. You're trying to undermine me. So they have a real white superiority complex. They're taking on the mannerisms and the ideology and the position of white supremacy by saying, I can say whatever I want to you about nigger and you better not. The moment you say something about me, nigger, it's on. And they have that same mannerism, that same way of treating other black people, of this hierarchy. I'm FBA. If it wasn't for me, you won't be shit. So you gotta pay us homage, and you can't talk to us or critique us in any way. Cult.
They are indoctrinated by white. We can get into all of it, but FBA is basically,
again, Black Americans are not indoctrinated by white supremacy. The diaspora and the Africans are. So already in his description, he's describing FBA while taking shots at Africans and Caribbeans. I just asked you what an FBA is. If you say, Kofi, who are you? I'm going to say I'm a father, I'm a husband, I'm a brother, I'm a cousin. That's what I would say. But the FB way of saying is saying I'm a father and that nigga over there ain't shit because he don't take care of his kids. He didn't take care of his kids. And I'm a husband. Oh, that nigga over there, he be cheating on his kids and da-da-da because look at him, he's no good because he's from this, that. Everything is tied up to an attack on other people. So by his own admission, you only exist to attack other people in your own definition of who you are. So the definition by him, and he's the authority, the definition of FBA is to attack the diaspora, right? That's a part of their identity. You heard him.
The source, the people that were here originally in America, that lineage.
So it isn't a heritage.
So
and it's not a lineage.
And Alex is right. He says so. It isn't a heritage.
You said it's a what's a what?
So it isn't a heritage and a lineage only.
It is. It depends on what you mean, because it is that. But when you say
so, he gave you the description right there. So I'm going to speed it up, and Alex pretty much saying what I was saying, like, because a lot of things what he said is the criteria is very shaky, it's shoddy, and it's really not historical. It's an extreme simplification of American history and how slavery was and just the whole dynamic. There's so many moving parts to it, to American history, and his definition of what a FBA is didn't encapsulate that. It just didn't. It didn't grab what it really is. It was a very dumbed down simplification of what a Black American is, aka FBA, or my boy Buana. I like FBA is the acronym for Flex Bank Account. Because pretty much that's what it is, because it's copywritten. Flex bank account. So from here, I think it's going to be my response to what he said.
It is. It depends on what you mean, because it is that. But when you say
you have more like criteria that comes outside of just where your people come from. There's a certain
no. What criteria did I say? Because I'm telling you more about the people.
You just subscribed you just subscribed a whole bunch of like additional things that you have to do to be within the in group.
No. Those are.
You can't just be like a descendant of someone. You also have to do this and do that.
No. But we already did that. Is my point. Like all those things I listed are part of what FBA is. So it's not like you have to.
Like I said, it's more than just heritage. It's
those are all characteristics of an FBA, and all those characteristics.
You know, from Africa that were slaves, that were African, but the Moors. Sorry, y'all. I'm trying to find
non-immigrant Black American. Therefore, they did all of these things that I listed. Those aren't like extra criteria. It's one thing. It's like you're a driver. Therefore, you know how to work the pedal. You know how to use the wheel. I mean, if you don't do all those things, then you're not a driver. So it's not like I'm really confused.
Let me answer why what you're saying, and you said everything that I thought you would have said, which is just what Tariq Nasheed says and mimics over and over and over again. That's not historical at all, right? And it doesn't make fundamental sense. There's no Black historian. I'm sorry.
You're gonna have to go slow. Don't just say a bunch of like 10 lies and then let me respond. Can you just say one at a time?
You see, he said a bunch of lies, and I stay calm. I say one thing, and you know his feelings is hurt. That's why I'm saying they have this. Tariq Nasheed gave him this sense of superiority that you are better than all other Black people. And it has to do with them. I don't care what anyone says, because your proximity to white people, that's the only difference. Your geographical location is what Tariq keeps saying, because if he keeps saying, if we all Black, and he keeps saying, well, we're not the same because you're from there, what's the difference between you being here and me being there is that the only common differences besides geographical location is that your proximity is to white people. So you feel better. I had to sit there and take it. Right.
No, all right. Let's do one of my things that you agree with. One of my things you disagree with at a time. Like, what's the first thing that I said?
I didn't want to cut you off because you were explaining what FBA was. So that's why.
Can you tell me the one that I said that was the most egregious that you think you could debunk the easiest? Can we start there?
I mean, all of it. But so when you say that FBA is a person who they could trace their lineage back to chattel slavery. Let's start there. Is that correct? Is what you're saying, right?
No.
Not
all of us were enslaved. Some of us were Moors that were in Florida that weren't enslaved.
So he's on the old Tariq Nasheed shit, because Tariq Nasheed used to say that we're Moors and all that. Tariq Nasheed doesn't even fuck with that no more, right? Because it's stupid. I mean, he even make fun of Taharka Bay and a couple of Moors that came on there at a time. So so already that makes no fucking sense. He's saying we were Moors, stinking Africans. We ain't Africans. Fix your place up and all that other shit. But then this word and FBA Trey and a lot of FBAs, people like him that internet, they talk out of both sides of their mouth. Right? We're not African, but we're Moors. Knowing that Moors come from North Africa, right? And he said Moors were in Florida. If Moors were in Florida, I'm going to correct him. If Moors were in Florida, Moors are already African. And if Moors were in Florida, they had nothing to do with the United States. So what? Like that makes no sense. Saying we were already here. Like what? You can see my frustration. Oh, okay, whatever. That still doesn't make any sense. Those are still Africans anyway, right? So
says who?
He says who? He doesn't know what a Moor is. That's why. And again, that's why I say, and I don't mean to be. I mean, no matter what I say, they're gonna say that I'm being inflammatory and divisive. But in my experience, when I have one-on-one conversations with diehard FBAs, there are people that are very extremely low information people. There are usually people that is regurgitating information that they don't know for themselves, that they didn't find out for themselves. They just regurgitating what they heard. So he probably heard Tariq Nasheed said that, or Dane Calloway, or some Mobite or whatever, and he was repeating it. So to say that a Moor isn't an African absolutely makes no sense, because the Moors are from the country Morocco. So there's a thing. The more people talk, the more you can see what they know and they don't know. And this is a display of it happening right here.
Says the Moors from Morocco.
This
Morocco, that's in Africa.
But they were all global before.
I'm sorry?
A lot of Moroccans don't even refer to themselves as African.
So then G comes to muddy up the water. A lot of Moroccans don't consider themselves African. That's again muddying up the waters. That's not what we're talking about, right? Then they dive into a whole other conversation that diverts from what we're supposed to be talking about, which we had a little preliminary going to before we had the debate. We say, hey, look, guys, try to stay on topic. Let's not go into something else. And this is what they're doing right now, right? Because you cannot, when you hold FBA's feet to the fire, everything falls apart. Not even to like a real fire. You hold their feet to a fucking lighter and they go crazy because they crumble, because it's built on nonsense. Once you use common sense and right information. No, we're talking about
what are you
Arab.
talking
Like
about?
we have to.
I'm citing facts. North Africans, they don't necessarily always consider themselves African. I'm just telling you facts.
That's true, but the Moors, Black Moor, and the Moors of Spain during the 700 AD, right? That was in Spain, in Granada. Those are the ones. Like how Alex is laughing because he just he exposed himself that we're talking about.
But those they weren't just in Spain and Granada.
Those are Africanized. Those are Arabized Africans.
They were in America.
They were black. They were
also
from
in America, but they were also in America.
Okay, he said the Moors were also in America. I don't understand. Like, I'm trying to be nice, y'all. I'm trying to be nice. I'm trying to find the right words. That's just unhistorically correct. Once you're in America, let's give them that. You're in America, you're an American Moor, right? Which is in Africa, which will make them fucking African American. Like, it's they think like America is just this low plantation thinking that the white man is everything, America is everything, America trumps everything black or African, and you have to fall in that paradigm where once you're in America, you automatically turn into something else. Like I don't understand this type of thinking. We're getting off the point. So when you talk about black people being here, from Africa, that were slaves, that were African, right? This is where African, right?
That's not you. That you're starting off wrong,
Hold
bro.
on, I'm trying to talk. Even if you say, even our boy Bwana is saying, who made Tariq Nasheed the person to define 45 million Black Americans? Exactly. Now that we're on, I'm talking about Bwana. Peace out to Bwana. He's in the chat. he's in the chat. Thank you for that. Thank you again. I don't know if you heard me, but thank you for joining the chat, when this so-called debate was happening, and what I'm saying, I really thank you for that. So Bwana also says hopefully you need to write down while I was when he was, what was the time we had when that same FBA trade, the guy in the middle talking right now, he was saying that, I never said that, we're gonna get to that. I never said that Caribbeans, Africans, they contribute to it. Even in the beginning, when he was just explaining what FBA is, he's taking shots at Africans and Caribbeans, saying we did this one. He's doing it the whole time, and I showed you where I was writing it down, right? So bro, I grew up looking at debates. You know, me as a tether, right? That's stupid and all this stuff. I look at John Henry Clark, Dr. Asa Hilliard, and see people how debates are supposed to be run. Even white people have debates. They'll just sit there and write notes. They have enough self-control, cordial. They'll write their notes down, and then when it's their turn, they address their notes. So yeah, Brianna, I was writing shit down. That's how I was able to get back at them, right? And he said, did he the Moors when we're in America? The Indian Moor, exactly. Like they believe it's Dane Calloway mixed with Republican, more Moroccan Circle 7 Noble Drew bullshit. It's confusing. It makes no sense. What's up, Naps? Naps says this debate was painful to watch. Props to you, Kofi, Alex, and the mayor for calling out the bullshit. Trey would jump in Tariq's lap if he saw him on the street. Exactly. He'd probably get to his knees too. But anyway, but yeah. So again, I agree with Naps because it was Alex, it was the mayor and the host. They were all being fair. They saw, and I'm not saying that G and Trey didn't make good points. They made good points, right? But the whole thing, I think G, there's hope for him, but Trey is gone. he's gone, right? We have to work on him a little bit harder, and this is just the beginning, y'all. So I don't think we covered everything. He probably believes in a lot more crazy stuff, but thanks to the chat. I just wanted to shout out to Naps and Buana. You know what I'm saying? Thanks. I think Naps, you was there too. You know what I'm saying? Thanks to you too, man, because you were there in the trenches in the chat with the FBA goon. So shout out to you too. All right, so let me get back to it. You are a descendant of Moors, and in Florida, and that time in Florida wasn't even part of the United States, but whatever, right? Even if you're saying that, we're still talking about Africans, right, that are here. From no, you want to say from North Africa because the Moors come from Africa.
Because you're saying the out of Africa theory, right?
Why is he talking about the out of Africa theory? Now he's talking about human migration. we're talking about the 16th, 15th, maybe 17th century history. He's going back a couple 100,000 years ago, talking about the out of Africa. Like he's using terms that that has. Wow, he's the authority, guys. He's the authority.
You keep saying we're Africans, so I'm telling you no. Like that's
brother,
the first thing.
If you're not African, what are you? If you're not African, he said we're not Africans. So what are you? There's a lot of things that you said, and I'll let you say your piece.
Yeah, hey, Trey, let him finish out the entire part.
You can't
let him talk. That's not how this works.
Exactly. This is not how this works. They jump down your throat every time. I let them talk. But every time you say something they don't like, they get in their feelings.
I heard Q, Alex.
So they're Africans anyway. So one thing, right? This is American history. This is not Kofi's history. This is American and African history. West Africans were taken from West Africa, right? And it was sent to the Americas. The Americas meaning North America, Central America, and South America, including the Caribbean, right? This North America, stopped only having slaves due to the Stolen Rebellion, Nat Turner's Rebellion. When they did their census, there was more Africans there than there were white people. So they stopped importing Africans. So there's something called the inter-transatlantic slave trade, where they were taking Africans from the Caribbean, because remember the places like companies that traded Africans, like the West Indian Dutch Company, had businesses and colonies in United States, in the Caribbean as well. So if they wanted more slaves in Jamaica, they got somebody from North Carolina. If Barbados needed more slaves, if they have slaves in Barbados, They'll ask for some FBAs from Virginia to come to Barbados. It's called the intertransatlantic slave trade. So already your thing from the gate falls apart because you're making it seem like everybody that was on the plantation came straight to America, stayed in America, and they lived and they died there. No, there was a lot of that going. There was a lot of people going on, as well as ships. So the transatlantic slave trade, it went to the Caribbean and it also went to America. Someone I saw a post right there that said about Dr. Henry Clark. We're getting too much. I'm paraphrasing. Sorry about that, guys. Seems like me speeding it up is acting funny. We're getting too caught up in where the shit dropped is not concentrating from where we came from. So that's one of the points where FBA is divisive and it's not historical. So yeah, so basically, and that's Anthony. So Anthony put that in the chat, basically saying we're getting caught up in too much where the ships drop us off and not where the ship took us from, right? But if you're FBA, your whole idea, like according to them, you want to delineate, so you don't care about that because it's basically you want to engage in a plantation war and basically look down on people that that you think that you're better than. And I'm not gonna really, I think I mentioned that already. So we're gonna move it a little further. So yeah, I think I mean I have a little notation in here. I think they were saying about like hidden colors, and you know what? I'll get to that later. I'm gonna speed it up a little bit more. There was another section I wanted to address.
Like I'll tell you that all day, but like, do I think Tariq Nasheed is coming from an authentic and genuine place? No, I don't think so. I think Tariq Nasheed is about his money. I think he's about making his paper. And at the end of the day, I think he has inspired something real for a lot of people. But I think to Tariq Nasheed, FBA really just stands for Tariq Nasheed's bank account. So that's all I got to say on that one.
Yeah. So all right. So this segment is where the host asks. He says, "Has Hidden Colors had a good or bad impact on Black people?" So Alex pretty much say, "Hey, look, I like Ming Slide. I like this. I like that. He's an entertainer and things like that. But overall, I'm saying Tariq Nasheed is about making money. He's not about improving the Black community as a whole. That's not his goal. If you can make money off of it, he'll do it. That's his end game." And that's pretty much, and that's a fair assessment of who Tariq Nasheed is. So I believe it's my turn.
Let me let it simmer for a second. G.
Are you gonna do me like that, bro?
I gotta.
Yeah. So he skipped me and went to G. they know already.
I gotta skip it real quick. I'm gonna come to you, but I gotta let it simmer a little bit.
All right, like yo, Q, just for my sake, can you just ask me the question one more time because
net negative, net positive impact when it comes down to Tariq Nasheed cultural impact.
So, man, I think if we talk about cultural impact, it's a net positive. I think I do find it. So, I hear, so I think it's a net positive for several reasons. Like we said, when Hidden Colors dropped, it had niggas doing all types of research, finding themselves, like trying to, figure out their history. Very positive, and it helps open up the mind to research other things, right? Like, so I think that whole experience is positive. I think his rhetoric at times, right, is very inflammatory, similar to Kofi calling niggas cults.
All right, I didn't show you guys that part, whatever, but there was a part because it was a lot to cover. But I pretty much say my stance: FBA is a cult, and he took offense to that, and I kind of understand why he took offense to that. But I don't think I keep repeating myself, and everyone keeps saying the same thing. It's copywritten, right? It's copywritten. Some Tariq Nasheed made up, right? And he makes the rules. You can't critique him. You can't critique what FBA is, and you get pushback. In my view, in my opinion, and the definition of what a cult is, that's cult-like behavior. Where if you go against an organization, I mean, granted, we're having the conversations of that, which is good, but it has cultish segments of it, as you can see with FBA Trey, right? He's more on the cultist side where he's kind of like, I don't think he really knows what FBA is really as a whole in its inception.
I think it's unnecessary. Both examples, in my opinion. But it's like if why are okay? It's one thing to be like, it's just kind of speaking out loud, but it's like, why are people so mad at this idea of FBA, right? Like,
and I will answer that. He asked this twice. So he asked this once is fine. He's gonna ask it again when he gets cornered again. So that's what I mean by we're talking past each other. He says something, I understand it, I respond to him, and he doesn't retain that information, and then he's asking the same thing like a broken record. So this is where we're talking past each other.
Like, is it just because he's talking about non-FBAs in a certain way people don't like, or what is really the problem people have with promoting this idea of FBA and making it such a thing? Like, oh, y'all are stupid. Oh, he's a clown. He's stealing all y'all money. Like, it's funny to me that how people make such a mockery of it, and I think that is what makes it more negative, because it's like, all in all, what's the, if you're not anti-reparations and you say you for the diaspora, then why wouldn't you be for FBAs getting theirs in America in a supportive way? Like, I just don't see why it's such a divisive topic amongst Black people personally.
Trey,
I'm gonna have like two things to respond to, man. Like,
I'm gonna let you land the plan.
He's gonna take 9 shots at me. Go ahead, man. Go ahead,
bro. I wasn't planning on taking any shots. I'm trying to.
He's gonna take shots. He's gonna take shots.
Keep it short and sweet, because I just think it's interesting that the only people who adamantly opposed Tariq are non-FBAs, or they're either their folks
that doesn't make sense. That's like saying that doesn't make any sense. And again, they have this amnesia, or they're just ignorant of the fact that Tariq Nasheed, for the past 2-3 years, without any pushback from the diaspora, was saying the most egregious, horrendous things. They want to pretend that this never happened in the beginning of their organization. And then when they get all this pushback, they're like, oh, you guys just hate us just to hate us, which is a very disingenuous bullshit argument. And I nipped that in the bud. So it makes no sense. It's like, whatever.
That have non-FBA dual allegiances. But all the people that are for the people and they want reparations to go to Black people, then they understand that if he's an outspoken advocate for reparations and he's putting it out there that we should.
This is bullshit. Stop fucking hiding behind reparations. This is the trick bag that they're falling for, right? He says reparations, and then when he says some foul shit about other Black people, like a racist cracker, they want to hide behind, well, it's a reparations thing. No, it's not. If you go on Tariq Nasheed's channel, 80% of it is him talking bad about Africans and Caribbeans, right? 10% of it is talking about white people, and the rest is about reparations real quick. But then it's mostly about but you're gonna talk about I don't understand why people are so divisive. You only talk about Africans and their hairlines and how dark they are, and like we all see the thumbnails. Like, I'm not falling for that.
Be more. We should be more. We should have a better political strategy to get what we want. If that's what he's putting out there, and you're focused on him instead of building us up your own way, or even better yet, building up the place that you came from, then that says a lot about you.
See, building the places where I came from was another FBA trope. And that's why I did a video about what is sovereignty versus citizenship. We have a place that's already built up, that's Black, that's owned by Black people. I don't understand this backwards logic. Black Americans don't even have a town, a state, barely a block that's all Black owned, Black ran. You don't have a city or a town that's ran by 100% Black people. But you can tell someone that's coming from a Black nation, from a Black country, who has a Black head of state, Black mayor, black police force, black education system. That's all black. We need to fix up what we have. That just makes no sense. And I'll use the same analogy that I used the last time when I did that. It's like you making fun of me for having a 2020 Lexus while your ass is taking the bus given to you by the white man. Oh, look at this nigga. This nigga got a 2020 Lexus, and you're laughing at me while you're going on the stinking ass bus that the white man has provided for you. You need to get a better car, nigga. It makes no sense. And again, taking shots, but that's okay. You know, that's supposed to be okay because you're an FBA and you're better than me.
I have a quick question just for Kofi and Alex. Do you believe that people that are non-FBAs are entitled to reparations in America?
Yes.
That says a lot. What about you, Alex?
What's the question? Do non-FBA people are they entitled to reparations?
Are people that came here willingly, non-FBAs, are they entitled to reparations in America?
Oh, are they entitled to reparations? I'm sorry, Alex. No, I thought you mean are FBAs entitled to reparations? I thought you asked that. Yes, FBAs are entitled to reparations. Yes, people that just came here, like me, whatever rule y'all pull out, you're behind the rule. If I just came here, I should get nothing. Anyone that just came here should not get reparations for FBA's African ancestors. No.
So it's not. So it shouldn't be race-based. It should be lineage-based.
Yes. Well, even on your trouble criteria, what lineage? Yeah. Again, Buana said this. A lot of people say it's copywritten, right? African American is not copywritten. Irish and Irish American is not copywritten. English is not copywritten. Spanish, German, French, that's not copywritten. But your shit is copywritten. But that's supposed to look at that as authentic. Like, come on. Just what FBA is. Because I just proved to you that's not historical. But go ahead.
If you say so, I'll take that for now. But Alex.
Yeah, I asked a question, like on what basis? Like reparations for like American child slavery or something else?
Reparations, just keep it simple. The reparations movement that we're fighting for.
You can't say keep it simple with reparations, because even based upon what FBA prominent leaders are talking about, they're not just getting reparations just for slavery. They're getting
right. I'm gonna move it up a little bit here. Alex again was making a couple good points. It's not just for slavery. After the show, we were talking after that. I kind of went into like, yes, Black Americans need to get reparations, but also there were people from the Caribbean and Africa that's been here, and I use Lord Jamal as an example. He's a little bit of a fucking idiot now that he's on the FBA. He was on that FBA shit. Then he did his whole thing. Couldn't find out his great grandfather is Guyanese, so his great grandfather obviously was going through Jim Crow and all these other things that happened. What I'm saying this to say is that Black Americans should get reparations first. And if there's any money left over and you say, hey, look, I'm American also, and I'm like 2-3 generations in America, and I went through the same shit, you shouldn't get the same amount of money, but you should get something. That's my stance. But I'm going to move it ahead a little bit. Let me get that right. Okay, that's perfect.
Hostility, like if I were to go to some nation in Africa and tell them that, oh, we don't want to hear about you being Igbo. We don't want to hear about your tribe. All the other tribes, they want to tell them what.
That's what I'm talking about. But go ahead, Q.
Oh no, I was just going. Throw the tray.
Do you see how that evokes hostility? Like if I were to go to some nation in Africa and tell them that, oh, we don't want to hear about you being Igbo. We don't want to hear about your tribe. All the other tribes, they want to tell them what we don't want to hear it. Do you not see how that would trigger them, tick them off? And then here you are telling us that we don't need to make a distinction of our own lineage.
Make sure both of y'all allow each other to finish out the entire statement before retorting to things. Y'all also both do this where y'all ask like rhetorical questions within like your entire statement. Let's try and allow each other. If not, y'all gonna be cursing at each other again pretty soon.
Man, I wasn't cursing at Alex, bro. That was one way. Only cursing I did was.
Yeah, Alex was talking, and you can see Trey. He always cuts people off. He's doing it to me, and Alex couldn't take it anymore. He's like, "Yo, just shut the fuck up. That's you can shut the because it's annoying. Even in the beginning, Alex was like, I'm talking and he will let me talk, and you're Alex say, "Oh, obviously, because that's not how this works." You know what I'm saying? So, as you know, I mean, rightfully so. Alex just had it.
Repeat what he said because I'm here to keep it civil and have a constructive, intelligent conversation. But and I'm okay for some back and forth as well. So you said, who is we? We is foundational Black Americans. That's my tribe, my lineage in America. So if somebody comes from Jamaica or somebody comes from the continent and says, no, you are African, and then they want to tell us that we can't delineate, then I feel the same way that they would feel if I go to
FBA is made up. That's what I'm saying. He's more in the cultish part of it. It's made up. So we go back, not even that far, but let's say we go back 2007. Was there FBA in 2007? No. Was there FBA 2008? No. Was there FBA 2010? No. 2012? No. So what the hell are you talking about? How you just pop out of nowhere, but then you're the same people? It makes no sense.
Their homeland and tell them that no, you're just not your tribe, you're just one big African, even though they had entire civil wars against each other.
And this is how he doesn't understand white supremacy, right? They bitch and they moan, white supremacy this, white supremacy that. We can't have this because the white man and the government. But you tethers need to fix where you come from. You know, it's backwards. It's backwards thinking. Like it makes no sense. Let me him finish, man.
We've never done anything violent to anybody else as FBAs. We don't know FBAs. We aren't out there jumping people because they're not FBAs. Like, we're not even advocating.
I think there was that happened. I didn't get the article. It was like two guys. I think it was that crazy subway guy that was in the subway, that black dude that was just nuts and started like shooting in the subway. And it had some other guy. Oh man, it was a couple months ago. And he was on that shit. I wish I pulled it up to prove him wrong, but whatever.
Any of that. Meanwhile, on the continent, that happens all the time. So I think a lot of this, people are just used to FBAs in America.
On the continent, it happens. On the continent, it happens all the time. Like, what is he talking about? There's nothing but black people on the continent. There's no such thing as race. There's no such thing as race where we have to do what you doing, cooning for the white man, and like, I played that thing for you. Don't trust them new niggas over there. You know what I'm saying? There's none of that there. There's no white person in power that I have to stab my brother in the back to get nice butter honey biscuits so I can make my life better. That dynamic is not the same. But again, he sounds like a very unlearned, untraveled person to say something like that. It doesn't make any sense.
America being groomed to turn the other cheek, which is, we picked that up in the plantation. We've allowed them to be like walk all over us. So then immigrants come over here and then they think that they can do the same thing. And I think what Tariq and she is waking up is, we don't have to.
Sounds like a Jamaican dude took your girl. That sounds like like someone from Grenada kick your ass and now you have a grudge. All this sounds like grudges. All this sounds like personal beefs that they had, and all you could come up with is, oh, because they're from another country. That's what this sounds like.
To do that, we don't have to take the high road. We don't have to turn the other cheek. We can.
I should have played. Remember that Eddie Murphy Raw? Eddie Murphy Raw, when he had he did the thing when his girl went to Jamaica. He said, "Don't send your girl on trips by themselves." You know what I'm saying? Because they go on the beach with Jamaica, looking all fine and everything, and they're gonna be there. And some Jamaican, some nigga named Dexter is gonna come see your girl sitting in the Jamaican beach, everything swinging his dick. That's what this sounds like. It seems like they girl met Dexter.
Give back the same energy that we're receiving. And if you come from the continent and you're not on that, then you are our brother, and we love you. And I think Tariq says that multiple times.
All right, a lot happen. I don't know where to start. I'll start with FBA trade. So another thing, from the beginning, this whole thing with delineation. If my mother was born in North Carolina and my father was born in Georgia, I can't say, no, I was born in China, I'm going to delineate. To me, that just sounds retarded. It makes no sense, right? And this is why I say I don't want.
You said you were born.
I don't understand FBA delineating from their DNA and their history.
My bad. Can you say that example again? I don't know.
It's like me saying, if my mother is from Virginia and my father is from Georgia and they had me, and I say, well, I don't want to be a Black American no more. I'm Chinese. I'm delineating. That makes no sense. You cannot delineate from your DNA. You cannot delineate from your history. So just saying delineation doesn't make common sense to me at all whatsoever. And that word is thrown around a lot. You use that word a lot, like it has some type of validity to it when it's the total opposite, right? So that's one thing I don't get.
Ethnogenesis is the answer to that, bro. I don't know if you've heard of the term ethnogenesis, but it happens when a group goes into a new place and they have several generations where they build their own separate, distinct culture, and they don't celebrate. They don't have any of the cultural ties to where they came from. They have their own one, and they become a new group. It happens all the time with all different groups. Everybody can trace back.
I understand that. That's understandable, but African Americans have not been. Number one, they don't exist in a vacuum. I'm going to play it, and we're going to get into that. You didn't exist in a vacuum. Now, if they were nomadic, and let's say they live out in the fucking wilderness somewhere, or whatever, for a couple generations, then yeah, maybe. But enough time has not passed for that to happen. When you're mixing with white people and each other, and and you under the system of a plantation system, and you're in, as they would say, in the belly of the beast. If you're in the belly of the beast, you're not going to become something different than the environment that you're in. It's common sense. That culturally you change. I get that. But what I don't want to go into something else because I still want to address certain things that the other gentleman in the blacks that said. But FBA has a culture, right? The problem comes is that you think that you just develop your culture all on your own. That's not true. FBA culture is European and African. It's a fusion of those things. You can shake your head all you want. It's a fusion of those things because the things that you have, the things that you. And this is how I know that this guy is in a bubble. Again, to his God, to his daddy, Tariq Nasheed reveres Dr. Henry Clark, Francis Cress Welsing, and others. Can you show me where Dr. Henry Clark said we're not African? That's what he will have to do. Show me that Dr. Henry Clark agrees with your bizarre historical narrative of what a Black American is. You wouldn't. I'm standing on that. And Dr. Clark obviously is a Pan-African, right? I'm standing on what Dr. Clark is saying. You're standing on what a failed pimp grifter, they got a white woman living in his house, have been telling other Black people to divest, have mixed kids, especially if you're a man and you don't want no Black woman. This is how much Tariq hates Black women. Hey brothers, you need to go get if you want to get yourself a mixed woman, make sure that her mother's white, because you don't want no Black woman raising her. She's gonna give you, you don't want that energy. Tariq Nasheed hates Black people. He hates Black women, right? That's why he has a mulatto wife and a white woman in his house. Then at the same time, he's gonna tell me, a person that has, I did my DNA that's 98% African, that has a Black wife, Black family, that I'm not as Black as him because he's under the nutsacks of white supremacy. Get the fuck out of here, man. This is what they're standing on. You did under the system of slavery, right? Whatever African thing that you were able to capture, like your diet, right? Rice. If you know anything, again, I'm not trying to disrespect, it's learn one, teach one, right? The crops that that they kidnapped West Africa, like rice. We were on plantations, we were on rice plantations, right? White people didn't eat rice. Black people ate rice.
So potatoes, Africans have been rice.
West Africans eat sweet potatoes and all that, right?
Black
Americans also here eat potatoes.
No, white sweet potatoes and yams are different.
Y'all want to talk about fried chicken? That's West African, brother. You want to talk about West Africa? They had yam festivals in Ghana. That's a part of their food, right? So again, research. He doesn't do so. One thing G said, which was good, right, is that hidden colors open up, Black people want to learn more about the history, which is very good. I'm not going to deny that, right? Tariq Nasheed planted a seed. The problem that I'm finding that some people, it doesn't go no further than that, right? They think everything in Hidden Colors is ironclad. When I saw Hidden Colors, I looked at it for enjoyment. I really didn't learn that much because I already knew is regurgitated information that I knew already, right? You know, so the things that the fact that he doesn't know that, fine. Africans, no one cares about them stinking, dirty Africans. They're colonized. They have a white mindset and they worship white people. All right, got it. You the real nigga. You the real deal out here, right? You should at least know the staple diet of Africans since we changed. Okay, we used to be stinking, dirty African booty scratchers, and yeah, we have that, but we took that on and we did our own thing. But for him to completely deny that, knows that he doesn't even know his own history. About fried chicken, y'all didn't invent fried chicken. That's an Irish delicacy, right? That's Irish. So when people say Black Americans don't have a culture, that's insane. But what I find on the conversation that FBAs have is that is like they just develop this all on their own without any influence being Africans, right? Whether if you're a first or second generation African in America, because FBAs didn't spread out the ground next to in a fucking cornfield. That didn't happen, right? So you are under the control of Europeans. Sorry for being slow. And guys, you're taking on their culture, their dress, their way of speaking, and mannerisms, and try to retain your African identity. So whatever African identity you have retained, that's what it is. So exactly. So that's what it is. So according to him, Africans came here and they just wanted to be with white people, and they wanted to get rid of their culture and develop a new culture. That's fucking stupid. So that's like me kidnapping you right now and your family, and I got you all trapped on 5 acres of land, and y'all like, you know what? Let's adopt my captor's culture. Let's willing to do that. No, you're gonna try to fucking escape. You're gonna try to escape, right? If I say, well, you can't be Trey no more. Your name is Doug, and your daughter's name is no longer Shanquasia. Her name is Dorothy. You're gonna reject that shit. That's what I'm saying. That not knowing history and not even having common sense to apply your logic goes to show you that you're in a fucking cult. You're in a cult. So I'm done. So I'm sorry.
The Irish side how the fried chicken. Got it.
Yes. And I'm gonna stop it right here for a second, and I'm going to show you guys that it is it is an Irish delicacy, right? Did I have it up? Yes, I do. So you guys could Google it if you want. If you think I'm doing a certain, I'm only looking at certain things for Google. So you see right here, who invented fried chicken? It says you may be surprised to learn that it is much older than you think. The first recipe developed around fried chicken was published in 1747 by English cook Hannah Glacy. Yet fried chicken has been around for thousands of years. FBA has not been around for thousands of years. FBA hasn't been around for fucking 10 years. Their countries of origin includes China, Middle East, and West Africa. Ooh, I kind of learned something. West Africa, really? Let's go a little bit further. Who created fried chicken? Right? The first recipe of fried chicken was published by the same, so it's referring to that, right? Let's go a little bit further. Did African Americans invented fried chicken? That's the question, right? So what we got here. The origin of fried chicken in the southern states of America has been traced to the procedence of Scottish and West African cuisine. Nigga, what? Scottish fried chicken was cooked in fat, and West African fried chicken added different seasonings, because white people don't know enough about seasonings, and was battered and cooked in palm oil. Now, when I say these niggas is in a cult, y'all gonna get mad. This is why I say that. That's why I said what I said. And I am playing chess to see what triggers him. He got triggered and say, I'm crazy. I know what I'm talking about. If I don't know, I win all the time. You know why I win all the time? Because either I'm going to teach something or I'm going to learn something. Right now, I really didn't know that West African, they contribute, maybe have a different version of fried chicken, but that was kind of threw me off. That, was kind of invented. But I did know that Black people in America, under the system of slavery, under Irish, Scottish, and English people, did not fucking invent fried chicken. It's something that they were doing back then. That's like a Black person say, I made haggis. When haggis is a Scottish delicacy of making goat, right? So I don't know if you guys found a different criteria where it said some Black American in slavery made it. I will put it in the chat, put it or something, because I didn't find that, right? Everybody made fried chicken except for Black people in America, because you didn't invent it, which goes to my point. Now, if you want to talk about, well, we made it better. Okay, you made it better, but you didn't invent it. You know what I'm saying? Chinese people didn't invent the car or the automobile, but they made it better. But Chinese are not going around saying we're the pioneers of the auto industry. No, that's ridiculous. That's a backwards way of thinking. So let's continue to our goofy regular schedule program of we get FBA education, I guess, because that's because this is what it is right now. This is where we are. So let's continue. Yes.
All right, fellas. So
you can
just hop in real quick. I'm gonna do quick housekeeping. Then
he's laughing because this is news to him. He doesn't know that. This is total news for him, right? But look, I taught him something. You know what I'm saying? So hopefully, I planted a seed for him to really learn from himself. It's one thing to learn something, for someone to teach you something. It's another thing to learn for yourself. And evidently, he has not learned these things for himself. This is something that's a idea and a history that's been passed down to him that has not been vetted, obviously.
Then just a quick rundown. One, super chats are open. We are streaming live on GH Podcast and the To Be Fair Show.
Again, shout out to the Be Fair Show. That's the host. Very, very, very fair guy. It's and I like how he sees both points of view. If you guys didn't subscribe to that channel, subscribe to that channel. Again, I'm on YouTube, but I'm not used to that hard, but I don't see a lot of shows where they give you a lot of shine. They give you their fair, a fair shake of what you have to say. And I love these brothers for that. Even the ones that I disagree, this is a beautiful platform and I like it.
Cash apps are inside the bio. Feel free to tip whoever your favorite panelist is, who you agree with, whose perspective you enjoy the most.
Shout out to the chat, bro. They got that thing on fire, man. I can barely keep up, bro. It's going crazy.
Yeah, and that's true, man. My peoples was doing it. Y'all was doing it, right? All right, I'm gonna speed it up just a little bit, a little teensy wincy bit.
Giving a little too much credit to these Europeans.
He's saying I was giving too much credit to these Europeans. This is after the whole chicken analogy. After the whole fried chicken analogy.
And I can just give a few examples, right? In real time, they talk about Uncle Nearest, right? I'm sitting here drinking some whiskey, right? This is the guy who taught Jack Daniels how to make whiskey, but yet Jack Daniels got the credit. I can't name how many things Black folks are responsible for here in America that their European masters took the credit for.
And what he's saying is absolutely true, but that wasn't my point. So he's giving a bad analogy, but I'll let him finish.
That's just a matter of fact in terms of American history. There's a lot of things that Blacks are responsible for that we created. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't the Europeans that created it. We created it. So it's like to say, you know, it's like to say that, you know, Nike is, say, a American company, but everybody knows niggas wear Nike. Like, that's who make Nike cool. Like, it's the whole, it's a cultural sneaker. Jordans are a cultural sneaker. Do white folks wear Jordans? Sure, but is it not like, is it not undeniable that like black folks are the reason why these shoes are what they are, like why sneaker culture is what it is? So it's like everybody can do the similar things, but that doesn't necessarily mean that you're known for those things. Like, just because you started something don't mean you perfected it or made it popular or made it like the reason why the world knows it as today. So it's like, you know, nothing's new under the sun, but you know, it's not what you do, but how it's done. You feel what I'm saying? It's just more like that. And that's black culture. It's how we do things is what make us so unique, in my opinion. And I think you're giving a little too much credit to Europeans for things that we're responsible for as Black Americans.
FBA Trey, I was giving him examples as far as like the crops that we had and the crops that we have and things like that. And I said, it's a fusion. African, you have African Americans have African culture and have European culture, and it's a fusion. That's what I said. That's a historical fact. I don't know what G's talking about saying I'm giving white people credit, unless he's agreeing with FBA Trey when it comes to the fried chicken. But he's using a whiskey analogy. I said it then. I'm going to say it soon, but I'll say it now, and it's going to be said then. Niggas didn't invent fucking whiskey. The distilling process, yeah, sure. But just because you did a different distilling process to create red whiskey, yes, good, 100% you, right? What's another example that which had nothing to do with what I'm saying, but I'll give him another example that he's using that has nothing to do with that, like famous Amos cookies. He made cookies, and due to him not, you know, knowing the intricate details and shit of patenting and stuff like that, white man took it, right? But did he invent cookies? No, he didn't invent fucking cookies. He made a different version of cookies. That doesn't mean he invented cookies. So his argument doesn't make any sense when it comes to that particular example that he's giving.
Good point, G.
Can I finally respond? Because I didn't get to respond.
But when you respond, can you also respond to, can you go more on about how Irish people taught us how to fry chicken? I haven't heard that before.
I already did. Google it.
All right, so let's go. We'll go Kofi, A Black. Johnny, we're going to give you the last word before we move on.
All right. So what he said in the beginning, where he doesn't, in the beginning, he said he doesn't understand what's this pushback with FBA and why people don't all like FBA. So again, I think I said it before. I was a fan of Tariq Nasheed before he found FBA. So I have nothing against Tariq Nasheed as an entertainer, right? I had no problem with it. And I really didn't get to answer my question, is he a net positive or negative as far as a leader? I didn't get my turn yet. But anyway, I said he's mixed, right? And the reason why I say he's mixed, because he was standing up to white supremacy and he will call out bullshit. He had a Pan-African brotherly love for all black people. If you're black, that's it, right? We all one family. If you're a coon, you're a coon. It wasn't, oh, you're a Caribbean coon. Oh, you're an African coon, right? Once he started that, then my feelings towards him, because I have self-respect, just like how you think me. And this is the thing that I want to say. Like, I really don't pay attention to the chat or whatever, because I don't, because I'm trying to stay focused on the panel. But things like this, on Charlie Shaw, hashtag they not like us and stuff like that. Now, you guys may say I'm taking it too far, but things happen in steps. There hasn't been outright violence because it's an online thing. But anyone that understands sociology and like how what happened in Rwanda, what happened in Germany, when you have certain people that are in a position of power and they want to disenfranchise and demonize those people, this is how it starts. You take away their humanity, you start telling them, well, they're not the same as you, and you devalue them. And once that is done, right, when something actually happens to you, no one cares because you're not human. You're out to get me. right? Because you have vilified me as your enemy. You have vilified me as a person that wants to undermine you and destroy you and your life and your well-being, right? This is how shit starts, by words. So anyone that's invested their time, go on Tariq Nasheed's page, of vilifying like 98% of black people in the world. African Americans probably make up probably like 3-4% of black people in the world. You want to vilify like 98-97% of the of black people in the world, and that is okay. Something is deeply wrong with you. Something is seriously deeply wrong with you. You are a damaged person mentally if you want to align yourself with a group like that. And that's what I don't understand. And I think they're extremely short-sighted when it comes to that. But anyway, me saying calling a cult, you think all Black Americans are FBA, which they're not. But you took offense to me calling it a cult. Just like you have enough self-respect as a black man, you take offense to that. I'm a black man too. So when someone, even if I have admiration for them, right, starts talking about other black people, right? I go after Africans on my channel. That goes after Black Americans. I got Black Americans in my family. I don't do this divisive bullshit. So that's why I'm against FBA, because it came with FBA became with the xenophobia, the racism. That's why you see this pushback. And the example that you gave wasn't a very good example at all. I'm not saying black people didn't contribute anything, right? We're famous for turning lemons into lemonade. That's the example that you gave. Black people didn't invent whiskey. You get, by your own definition, you said that Jack Daniels, a black man, improved and made Jack Daniels, and a white man got a credit for it. Yes, that happens in this country all the time, right? I'm talking about black people, and you gave a perfect example. Y'all didn't invent whiskey, but you made it better. Right?
The filtration is the process. It's the process in which the whiskey's made. That's
and I agree, but he doesn't want to see my point. And when the host says, "Hey, we're talking past each other," I'm not talking past anybody. I said what you're saying is sorry about that. What you're saying is absolutely right, but you cannot take credit for the invention of whiskey. You could take invention for that particular type of whiskey. But my point is that the culture that you took on, because you were enslaved by a bunch of Irish and Scottish people, they introduced whiskey to you. And once that was introduced to you and you drinking it and you partaking in it and you see the distilling process, you're like, hey, look, I could do it different. I could do it better. That opportunity only came to you because you were enslaved under those same people. You didn't fucking invent it. That's my point. And he's like stuck on this bullshit of me trying to take credit away from that person inventing whiskey. It's a very, I don't know that he got I don't know what his train of thought is, but he was, I don't know where he was going with it. It just made no sense. Like he couldn't just grasp the fact unless he really thought that niggas invented whiskey. Because I don't know how I keep giving him credit for it, and I don't know. I can't understand the FBA mindset. I can't.
That's what makes it what it is. So I mean, we want to get to the nuance of what makes Tennessee whiskey. Do you know what makes Tennessee whiskey? Tennessee whiskey versus Kentucky bourbon.
Whiskey is made with versus from Ireland and Scotland. It's like saying I made Scotch because I made Scotch better. That makes no sense.
No, do you know the difference though between Scotch whiskey, Irish whiskey, American bourbon, Canadian whiskey, Tennessee whiskey?
You get caught up in the trees. Man.
That's the point.
It doesn't. But that wasn't even Alexis. That's not the point. That's not the point. And that's why I'm saying, again, you make a point and they try to muddy up the waters in what you say. What I said was absolutely clear. Like, my point, I'm not trying to take credit away from Black Americans who
you are though. You're saying you're
people in the chat. How am I taking credit away from Black Americans when I just gave him credit for that Tennessee whiskey that he did? I was like, that is fine. You did that. You get credit for that. The white man stole that, right? I said Black people are famous for getting lemons and making lemonade. How did I take credit away by giving you credit? Only pushback I gave you was that Black people didn't invent whiskey. They knew white people gave it to them, introduced it to them, and the example that he gave, improve it. What did I say that was wrong? I don't understand what I said that was wrong. I really don't understand what I said what was wrong, and how by me explaining a historical fact is taking credit away. I don't. Can someone tell me how I was doing that? Anybody? Oh, anybody? See, that's all. I'm just seeing hate. I'm just seeing hate, and that's why I'm saying FBA is a hate group. And when I say it's a hate group / cult, they get mad, act like there's no brotherly love here. We're having a conversation. We're trying to understand each other's perspectives, and you got people like this. You know, exactly, Wanda. So you and what our brother Anthony, right, which is a FBA, he's like, brother, leave him alone. They're like hopeless, and I understand what Anthony says, but sometimes, you know, I have to push back. Sometimes I just have to push back sometimes, right? So right here, see what he says. He says we see the white supremacists. The tethers are hidden in plain sight. I've been waiting to say what Tariq is saying for 20 years after the Caribbean moved up to Chicago in the 90s, shaking my head. You know, I think Patra took her man. I don't know. I don't know. It all sounds like personal gripes. And you know what I think the difference is? Again, I have all types of friends. Again, Black Americans, or I have Black Americans in my family. My brother-in-law, he's American. My cousin married Black American men. If I was to tell them shit like this, they go like, "What the fuck?" They'll be upset. But I have Black Americans that did shit bad to me, but they didn't do it because I don't feel they did it because I'm from the Caribbean, and I feel they didn't do that because they were a Black American. That's the thing. I don't know. I guess I'm not that stupid. I can't think. Well, they did that because I just can't. This doesn't make any sense to me. So obviously, I was being genuine, and you guys, FBA goons, are just being haters. So okay, so I got my answer. I got my answer. So I was being very genuine, and I was being fair. So
you're saying just because they didn't invent whiskey, that what they invented within whiskey doesn't have any merit.
No. He's lying. I didn't say it had merit. I just finished saying they need the credit all in the world for distilling that different brand of whiskey. But just because they distill a different version of whiskey doesn't mean they invented whiskey. That's all that I said. That's not what I'm saying.
This is what he's saying.
You gave a bad example.
Like it didn't sprout up.
Just like Adam gave a bad example about 9/11, you're giving a bad example. I'm saying Black Americans have an African culture and an American culture, right? That's what I'm saying. And from that, you guys made things under those two paradigms. You kept a lot of things, and you improved a lot of things, right?
So why can't you get that good whiskey in Africa?
A good. This is what you need to do. A good example would have been George Washington Carver. George Washington Carver made several inventions that no white man ever made. That would be a perfect example of Black American genius. Because there you go. I'm showing them grace. He gave a shitty example. I gave him a perfect example of what he should have used. George Washington Carver has several inventions that he thought of on his own without any influence from white people. That is American genius. That is Black American genius. That's the example he gave. He gave that example. I couldn't say nothing. I was like, you know what? You're right. That's beautiful. That's a perfect example. But you can't say I invented something. I invented a version of something. It was introduced to you by people who carry that tradition out of distilling whiskey and say, well, I made a different version, so I'm king of that industry and I invented it. Like, that's fucking stupid. He made things with that no one made. It didn't come from Europe. It came from the mind of George Washington Carver. You saying, well, I made whiskey because I made a better version of it makes no sense. That's ass backwards.
That's not true.
It makes sense to us, bro.
So he said that makes. He said that's not true. Wow. Wow. So if I make something better, I could claim credit for the invention that was created thousands of years ago. Amazing. That's just amazing. Like, wow. So what's the black man in Ireland and Scotland that made whiskey? Go.
Again, there is a process in which whiskey.
Nah. You can't do that, nigga. No, you can't do that. You guys heard him. He took credit for inventing whiskey because they made it better. That somehow, in his mind, and his logic is that we invented, made it better. So for some reason, this motherfucker got a time machine and went back in time and made it better. So my question is, what's the Negro that went back in time in Ireland wearing a fucking kilt and the bagpipes made fucking whiskey? And he's gonna talk about a fucking distilling process.
Whiskey is made.
I'm not talking about the process.
But you don't even understand what you're talking about.
Hold on. Let me jump in. Like, we all kind of around the same age, right? When we were growing up, like, if you told me about a Cadillac Escalade, the first thing I'm thinking of is Frontmaster Flex or Shaquille O'Neal and how they would trick out their cars. Although they made those vehicles popular, although the extra sauce that they put on them is like, oh, I want a Cadillac now. I want an Escalade. We're like, you would be silly to say if black people invented the Escalade or black people invented the Cadillac. We didn't invent that. We made it better. We made it more prominent. But ultimately, our culture is
this is not a one for one at all. Because I'm not saying black people.
Okay. Oh, now you get the nuance, G.
What y'all don't understand what whiskey is clearly, because there is a difference between Kentucky bourbon.
Alice gave a perfect example. That was a perfect example. Escalades, tricking out your car, putting rims on there, stuff like that. That is a Black American thing that we're good at, right? Oh, I'm sorry, not we, because that for the sake of the conversation and the FBA goons don't get mad. That's something that y'all improved and did, which is a very good example. You didn't make Cadillac, right? You didn't make the Cadillac truck. You didn't make the fucking car. You didn't make a Chevy. You didn't make none of that shit, right? Did you make it better? Hell yeah. Did you make it look better? Hell yeah. Doesn't mean you fucking invented it. So all of a sudden, y'all niggas are gonna start saying on Ford, the person who invented the car, Ford is a black man. That's what y'all niggas start saying. Well, the first person that made, like Beethoven, the first black man, the person who made the car was really black. Fucking guys are fucking idiots. I'm sorry. I'm trying not to say it, but you're fucking idiots, right? Like, do better. Like, you don't have to lie about your own history. Your history is great. Black Americans have a great history. I don't understand what this lying and twisting and turning to make it seem better than what it is. It sounds like a lot of insecurity. I don't know shit about whiskey. You know what I do know about whiskey? Niggas didn't invent it. That's a fact.
Hey, fellas, it sounds like we about to get hung up on this. And
nigga in the kilt made whiskey. So that I know.
So Kofi.
Responsible for Tennessee whiskey is what you're saying. A black man is not responsible for what we know today as Tennessee whiskey.
You're saying it while you're saying
that's what you're saying. I'm not saying
you're saying it while you're saying it. Whiskey was improved into Tennessee whiskey, right?
And I also said
why are you trying to down this hill, bro? Like you're saying it while you're saying it.
That is a form of whiskey that did not exist. Like what part of this don't y'all understand? Like
made it better.
That's what I'm saying. Black culture is. Did I not say that from the start? Black people say things to make it better.
Hey, fellas,
from the start.
G, you said it. Fellas, listen. Right now, this is like a classic example of both people talking past each other. I could literally just define out where both of y'all are talking about by each other, past each other, but it doesn't make a difference because y'all gonna get back together.
Both sides are saying like.
So, brother, right here on the end, I'm gonna let him say, a little bit. I'm not gonna play everything that he said, but he understood what I was saying. He gave the same analogy that Alex was saying. He wasn't saying anything different than what me and Alex was saying.
Oh, my bad. We got A Black and Johnny. Land the plane really quickly. Yeah. As long as you have non-whiskey related commentary.
I'm drinking water tonight.
A Black, you muted.
Oh, my bad. Yeah, I was just kind of saying that I was getting what both sides were saying. Like, I get what Kobe was saying. It's like Black culture is basically innovation, right? You know, we were put here. Our language, a lot of our things were stripped from us, and we're in this barren land. And the only thing that we have is our knowledge of what we brought from Africa and what was secretly passed down to us. So from around that, we were introduced things and we innovated them and made them better. Some things were original that we created, but what makes the Black American culture so distinct and different from the rest of the world is that we were inserted into this diverse area there where no other homogeneous melanated people really experience the diversity that we experience. And
so you guys can see the rest of that. I agree with them 100%, 1,000,000,000%. That's what I was saying. It's like, I don't know, they being deliberately disingenuous and then trying to say that I'm trying to say something that I didn't say. I don't know. I don't get it. I don't. So it's I don't know, y'all. I don't know. you guys heard what he said. So I'm gonna speed it up a little bit here. Where I'm at. All right here.
Because based on what Kofi is saying, I just want to make sure I'm understanding the logic. You would describe Caribbean culture exactly the same. Is that correct?
The same as what?
The way you describe Black American culture.
More or less, yeah.
What would be the more or less?
And this is what I think that a lot of people don't understand. Again, I'm not saying I know all, but have you ever read the book?
Hold up, I want you to answer my question, please. The way you describe Black American culture and how it's created and how you reduced it to what you called it, wouldn't that same logic apply to Caribbean culture? Is that yes or no? You said more or less.
It's not a reduction. It's not a reduction. That's what it is. And yes, because again, it's the same white people. Y'all thinking it's different white people. It's the same white people that whipped your ass, whipped our ass. You was picking cotton, we was cutting cane. It's the same people.
So can I ask another question?
Same situation.
So can I ask another question?
Sure.
All right, so just to make sure we're on the same page, you said that you would describe the Caribbean culture the same as Black American culture by how you defined of African European influence, and it's exactly the same, correct?
Yes, if you study chattel slavery, and what's happening in the Caribbean was also chattel slavery, the same system was applied to us. The crop, only thing was different was the crop and the location. That's it.
And the form of colonialism, but that's another conversation. My follow-up question is, though, then why aren't the cultures the same?
The 13 colonies, which is a part of colonialism, but okay, go ahead.
It's different forms of colonialism, but my question is, if they're...
And he tries that, oh, you're colonized. Yeah, you're still colonized. You don't have your own land. You don't have your own block. You don't have your own state. You don't have that's what I don't understand. You're in a position where you can't throw stones at anybody. That's the thing I don't understand about FBA when they talking about your homeland. Yes, I have a homeland where I don't have an Ahmaud Arbery, where I'm just jogging and a bunch of white people fucking kill me. We don't have Trayvon Martins, man. I don't get it. I really don't get it. We're on two different playing fields. From my perspective, you need to get where we are, right? Either through having control of a state or a town where you won't get these threats on your livelihood, then you'll be in a position where you could critique something else. For example, if Trinidad was to talk shit about Bahamas or Jamaica as far as hey, so Trinidad, they have a Indian population, and Jamaica, they have a small Indian population. They have a little bit of a Chinese population. They could go on back and forth yo, this is a black nation. Why you got a whole bunch of Indians and Chinese doing that? That's a legitimate, conversation, because we are the ruling class. Y'all don't rule shit. So how are you telling another sovereign black nation about what you need to do and you're colonized? It doesn't make any sense to me. It just doesn't.
so the same, then why aren't we the same culturally?
Specifically what? I mean, I can answer that. So even
the Caribbean, you said Caribbean and blacks were like by definition, it was all the same cultures. But when you look at the reality of Caribbean culture versus Black American culture, I wouldn't say they're the same. Would you agree with that?
Due to the history. So to me, that's like, he keeps saying it's the same, and I keep trying to go. He's not going to, because I see what he's doing. He's trying to trap me in saying they're exactly the same, and I'm trying to tell him there's nuances, and I'm asking him to send me what specifically, because he's making a blanket statement. Like,
but the history that you said was the same, right?
Hold on.
Wait,
it's like
saying, asking other questions. You gotta at least let him talk.
It's like saying, was the history in Virginia, where Black people were, the same history in Texas where Black people are? Is the United States? It should be the same, right? According to you.
No, this is your words. These are your words, brother. And
those are not my words. That's why I gave him another analogy so he can understand, right? We all Black. You're all Black Americans. But you know what? Al's is going to give that example.
This is your logic, not mine. That's why I'm trying to make sure I'm following to make sense of it. These are your words, and I'm making sure I'm following what you're saying. This is not what I'm saying.
It's just because the system is the same. Cell block D isn't the same as cell block C. Still in fucking jail though. So
then you're acknowledging that there's differences, that they're not exactly the same, is what you're saying.
You're talking about they're exactly, of course they're not exactly the same, because they're different, but they have a cohesiveness because they're under the same umbrella. I don't fucking understand. It's like saying you got a fucking box of M&Ms, and because one is yellow and one is green, that they got nothing to do with each other. They're still fucking M&Ms from the same goddamn box. This is a stupid example about little small differences. So let me explain within the Caribbean of why it's the same in the Caribbean and in America. So slavery, there was still slaves coming into the Caribbean, right? Versus in America, slaves stopped coming. So right there wasn't a constant African presence, right? So in the Caribbean, the location, right? I'm only feeling it because he's not going to get. That's why it's the same way. Y'all still under the yoke of white supremacy.
The question, G, like that's essentially what you're saying.
How is it a loaded question when he made a statement? I'm asking him about his words. He did say that.
G, like that's what you're saying.
Rewind the tape, bro. He said that it was exactly the same. He said that.
No, I didn't say it was exactly the same. I said it's different. Two things can be right at the same time.
You said it was the same, bro, or you did not.
This is what you're saying.
Well, I gave you an explanation of how it's different in little nuances. Of course, it's not the same. That's why I said you could have someone from Virginia, Black people in Virginia, and Black people in Texas are two different type of people. You wouldn't say they're the same. They're not the same. You're not going to say people from Virginia.
No, but that is what
the same struggle from people from Texas.
G is saying that, like within the menagerie of Black America, although that people from Virginia and New York are completely different from Black people in Washington and Texas and California, that there's still a similar link in there somewhere that is completely distinctive than from everybody else in the diaspora. Like that's what you're saying, G. You're saying even within this menagerie, like I promise you, go to Compton, California, and try to do what you're doing in the South. No, it doesn't fly there. Like, bro, what are you wearing? Anytime you go up to New York, like, bro, why are you saying y'all and this and this? So even with
he's exactly right. I'm in New York right now, right? They had a dude from California. We called him Snoop because he sounded like Snoop. You know what I'm saying? He had that again. Tariq Nasheed said, "We never fled, we never ran." So you had a lot of Black Americans from the South and went to the Midwest and to the South, right? And they picked up, they changed, right? So, but you cannot be in Georgia and say someone from California is not a Black American. That's what he is trying. That's what G is trying to say, right? That they're not Black American. It's like they look for differences more than similarities. We're trying to say that just because something is different, you have Black people that may be different, doesn't mean that there's no link and there's no similarities. But it seems like he wants to see what's more different than what's similar. So yeah.
Within this country that we live in, hey man, I don't know what y'all do down there, but cool. I don't know what y'all do up there, cool. Hey man, y'all dudes out west is crazy, right? So there is difference.
I never said what you're saying. I said it. Just
he never said that at all.
That's what he's leading to. Like with another little quick story, I knew a girl, a Black American girl. She was from New Jersey. I met her in Virginia. She had family in Virginia, and we're just talking about stuff, you know, from New York and New Jersey and stuff like that. And it was a bunch of group of us with other Black Americans, and we're talking. And she's like, man, these country bumpkins don't know nothing about that. They're not up on that. They down here, they don't know. Da, 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 da. They're not up on blah, 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 blah. This is a conversation that happens. And I think these Black Americans think that they exist in a vacuum, like by themselves, and they live them lives by themselves, and no one sees how they live their life, and everyone's just ignorant to their daily life. You know what I'm saying? So it's very bewildering to me.
I never said that.
Like, so, okay, so there is a difference amongst the groups that are already here, right? But there's still a similar link that ties it all together, right? Please say that I'm saying something that's silly.
No, I want to be clear.
There's no similar link between you and the brother in Compton.
There is.
All right, then. So he pretty much proved his point.
Oh, okay.
Point.
But listen to what I'm saying, because what you just went on, I didn't say though. Whatever you just responded to, I didn't say that. Like, I swear, like, I didn't say those words at all.
I get that. So, with as big as this country is, right? With as big as America is, and you understand that there's a similar link between you, a brother in New York, a brother in Texas, heck, even the displaced person who's from America living in Germany right now, with their own separate subculture.
What point are you trying to make, bro? Just because I didn't say anything about that.
Wait, hold up. Like, I'm getting there. Okay. Do you not think that there's a similar link between people of the diaspora and people here?
People of the diaspora, meaning like people from Uganda? Right, I want to make sure I understand what you're saying.
You prove my point. Never mind. Go ahead.
So G, I guess this is
it's like he's trying not to understand, or being extremely disingenuous in the plethora of examples that we're giving him, like, because it undermines his point. It undermines the premise. It undermines what he's trying to say, that yeah, we may look the same, but that doesn't mean anything. We're two completely different people, you know, and historically speaking and socially speaking, that is just simply not true. Like, I don't know what state he's from or whatever, but it seems that he doesn't have day-to-day interactions or have friends that are from Africa and the Caribbean to have this position, right? Again, me and my lived experience, and other people that here, I know Black Americans, Haitians, Jamaicans, Grenadians, Hispanic people and stuff like that. I know all these people, and there are similarities, a lot of similarities among us. There's differences, yeah, of course there's differences, but there are more similarities than there are differences. But if you want to just harp on the differences, then you have this failed stance right here. So I'm gonna bring it a little further. Why not?
Like, that minority group between the two countries have had similar impacts at all?
Similar impact in that there is a white superiority complex that exists.
Right. So they've been under the
imperialistic rule. These imperial powers, right? I think because of that, like, there is a white superiority mindset when it comes to whether it be like a colonial mindset, but they're different though, because on those Caribbean islands, the population, the percentage of Europeans there versus the percentage of Europeans here, that's why I think it's a big difference.
So basically, again, he gets mad that I say they're a cult and stuff like that. But again, like FBA Trey, it's okay for say that we're colonized, we're docile, we got a white mindset, we got a white colonial mindset and stuff like that. And I just have to sit there and take it on the chin. That's what I'm saying. I get a sense from them that they feel that because they're in America, right, that they feel that they are better than us, they're better than the African, they're better than the Caribbean because of where they are, right? I don't want to get into why they do that, why they feel that way. I have an idea, but I'm not going to get into that, right? So when they say things like that, it's like a racist saying, he didn't, that black person, he didn't, the nigger didn't steal. Oh, well, okay, that's one of the good ones. To a white supremacist, hey, that's a compliment. And their position would be like, but I didn't say you stole. Oh, I said you're a good one. What's the problem? You're a good nigger. Like, what's wrong? You one of the good ones. You're going to tell me there's niggers that don't steal now? No. All right, then. So what did I say wrong? That's the position that they're taking. It's like, well, I didn't say anything wrong. Because what they feel what they're saying is actual facts and is not a trope and it's not racist and it's not xenophobic. But I'll let him continue.
That would bleed itself to have like differences in culture for sure. So like continuing on, do you believe that pretty much the people on both of those islands came off the boat at just different stops, but they came from pretty much the exact same spot?
You can find them. Whereas if you're trying to find similarities, I think there's a preponderance of them, more than enough to kind of understand where there is a link and what we can build upon moving forward. But that's all I had to say.
Agreed. Let me respond. And I agree with that. See, Alex, it is what I just said. There's differences and there's similarities. And I feel there's more similarities than there's differences. But if all you want to look is for differences, you don't want to be a part of us, and that's fine. Just say that. Don't fucking pretend that, hey, you're being fair, and hey, if you with us, you're good. Right? No, it's not that. You trying to find differences so we cannot be around you, or you can not be around us, and you be your own group and I be my own group. Just say that. The conversation would be a lot easier. Also, what he said, and this is another FBA trope, right? That he says, well, we're under colonial rule and we worship white supremacy. And I think we had this conversation last week. And again, it makes it for you to point the finger. You got 10 fingers pointing back at you. Again, I'm from a historical standpoint, we're under white supremacy control, right? And this is where I spoke about the white supremacy in those countries is proximity, right? We don't have a Trayvon Martin. We don't have white police looking upside our head. We don't got Karen saying you can't sell water. We don't have majority. We have exactly. So how does that understand how we worship white supremacy? We have no one to prove anything to. We got no white ass to kiss other than the ones in America. So if anything, I'm not saying that people in the Caribbean don't have a colonial mindset. And I'll use a real quick example of it. So I'm from Guyana. So during my mother was around the time of independence, we fought our independence and we kicked the white people out, right? They were doing because it's an English colony. They were doing the English national anthem, God Save the Queen, and that bullshit. They also created their own Guyanese independence. My mother told me they were singing both of them. I'm like, why the hell would you sing both of them? You're an independent country. And he's like, you know what? That is true. I always questioned that growing up. But so some people are still colonized minded a little bit. But see, and I try to show some humility and admit to like, hey, look, we're not perfect. I even that's a personal thing that I show to show that, look, I will go in my own family, in my own experience of saying, hey, how we're not perfect and there's things need to be need to be corrected and changed. They don't do that. They're ironclad. FBA doesn't make no mistakes. FBA is most intelligent. They don't falter, nothing. They don't have to work on themselves, nothing. The problem FBA has is to vilify Africans and Caribbeans. That's their job. And the reason why we can't do what we need to do is because of African and Caribbeans. Oh, why is that? Oh, because they look like us. So they're going to use that to undermine us. Nah, nigga, I think you're just mad that you feel that if once a white person finds out that we're not that, you think that white people are going to shift over to us and forget you. But that's not how white supremacy works. White supremacy is going to use any token black person that they could use for their benefit. They're not going to say, well, oh, anyway, I'm kind of filibustering here. I'll let the conversation go. But it's different. There's no white people to worship. So when you say we worship white people, that makes no sense. We don't have no one to prove anything to. In America, I understand you may have a weak-minded African American and say, well, maybe kiss this white person's ass so they won't kick my ass. You know what I'm saying? So exactly. So that's why he's saying when he says colonial mindset, it makes no sense. If you have 10 people, let's say you got let's say you have 100 people. You know what? Even better. let's say you have 1,000 people in Jamaica and the Caribbean that are coons. Who are they cooning to? Where are they going on that island that's like 99% black, and all the people that are high-ranking officials are black? How is that how is them cooning, talking about white people's the best shit since sliced bread? How does that benefit their daily lives? It doesn't. Unless they go to England. So if it's an English colony, they go to England, that could fly, which is like America. It makes sense for that mentality to run rampant in America because most of the high-ranking officials, people of power, people in high positions are white, right? So that's been the same since the plantation in America, right? You got house niggas was a thing that was, and we discussed that on the last time, but house niggas was a thing that was that was a thing due to the system of slavery, was something that happened in America, happened in the Caribbean too. Also, yes, anyone's gonna find, gonna find some low level, no good black person in that system and will sell out his own people. But the same thing also happened in America. Right? So this is not something new. You're not going to play and pretend that this is something that only happens in the Caribbean, but it hasn't happened in the Caribbean in decades, right? Probably like in a century, at least. That still happens in America. Why? Because there's white people around there that you got to prove to. There's white people there that you don't want them to hurt you. There's white people there that if they accept you, they be like, you one of the good ones. You a good nigga here. Here's a biscuit and some chicken. Right? You got weak-minded on black people like that. There's an incentive. There's no incentive for people in black nations to do that. What you need to do is get to where we are. That's what you need to do. But it's a different conversation. You may have people like that. So when you're saying worshiping white people, you worship white people, like that makes no sense because there's nobody there to prove anything.
I said white superiority complex. That's what I said. White superiority complex. Worshiping white people is a bit extreme. So are you going to deny that these former
what white people are we worshiping?
It's white superiority complex. You admit that white supremacy is a thing, correct?
Yes.
But a white superiority complex is not. Like it's synonymous essentially. Like.
No. Well, what you're saying is true, but at the same time, when you say that, I'm looking at the where you're coming from the perspective you're coming from. You're only coming from a Black American perspective.
What makes you say that? What makes you say that I only have a Black American perspective?
I have two perspectives because I'm from the Caribbean and I was raised here, so I have two perspectives, right, of a lived experience. So when I go to Jamaica and I go to Guyana, I don't have to worry about someone proving something to a white person or do anything like this. Hardly any white people there, right? Is the mindset still there? A little bit colonial mindset up to this day and age? Not really, no. But if you go to America, there's a lot of, you got your Jesse Lee Petersons and all these other coons that are just doing it. So when you say from your Black American perspective that an independent, free Black country worships white supremacy anyway, is a very,
because you still bow down to your British daddy.
Yeah, bro. There's still
see, took a shot. He said, "I still bow down to my British daddy." Guyana was an English colony and has several Black presidents, and it has not had white rulership in decades. But he's in his feelings, and he say, "But we still bow down to our white daddy," which is a lie. But he's in his feelings, and once you have an FBA mentality, you don't think.
You still lay down to your French daddies. Yeah.
So he's throwing shit at the wall to see what sticks. Guyana was never colonized by the French. Maybe he's thinking of French Guiana, but he's throwing shit to the wall to see what sticks.
Like, what are we talking about?
Okay, we're going a little bit at how much. It's okay to be in your feelings.
All of your resources.
number one, you're talking emotionally because number one, it's not a French colony. You're not listening.
There's a lot of French colonies in the Caribbean.
I'm talking about my perspective. Stay on. Now he's saying there's a lot. He attacked me saying I bow down to my English dad, no, not English daddy, my French daddies, and this that he's just throwing shit at the wall to see what sticks. Now he say, whoa. Then he pivots and say, whoa. There's French colonies in the Caribbean. Correct me, guys, if I'm wrong. There's only one so-called French colony in the Caribbean, and that was Haiti, and they kicked white people's ass. Now, if I was to say, like I said before, and be a bastard and say you're not able to kick a Frenchman, a Spaniard, a Saxon, a Scot, or Irish ass at all, and you're still under European rule, then I'll be the fucked up one. But you're talking about people that at least have control of their daily lives without anyway. I keep saying it. That's why I don't understand why they take this position. It's a losing position. Don't stay on point.
Jamaica is still part of the British Commonwealth.
It's an independent country.
It wasn't always independent though.
Since the 60s. Right? And I have an embassy, and it's a part of the United Nations. You don't have an embassy because your embassy is America and your white daddy. So don't play with me like that.
Fellas.
So he's saying tether. Why would guys? I said don't play with me, and I said it hard, but everything I said was truth. Everybody that is not an American, right? Yo, peep this. You have white people. You ask any white person. They know they're not originally from here. They could be red, white, and blue, and as apple pie, right? You say, where are your people from? They'll say, oh, Scotland, Scandinavia, Dutch, just like that. There's Dutch embassies. There's Irish embassies. The only person in America that don't have an embassy is Black Americans and Native Americans. 99% of the people in this country has an embassy, right? If you see the common denominator, the most disenfranchised people that are people of color that don't have an embassy is Black Americans and Native Americans. You know why? Because they're under the yoke of the white man. The white man literally has their boot on their neck. Literally has their boot on their neck. Peace. Rest in peace to Eric Garner. Right? We don't have Eric Garners there. Right? And if something was to happen, if FBA gets their wish, was I think Tariq Nasheed wouldn't give a fuck, and you started targeting, let's say, Ghanaians or Nigerians and Jamaicans and Guyanese people, we could go to the embassy. It could be sent to the United Nations, like, hey, look, you are attacking a nation of people, and we don't like that. You're going to have to do something under the UN. Black people, Black Americans don't have that. You go to your white daddy. You go to your attorney general. You write your congressman. You write your senator, right? Or to the local level, you write your mayor, which is white. There's a white power structure that you're in. And I think once you think about it, that's where the jealousy comes from. That's where the jealousy comes from. That also comes from, if not jealousy, that shows how inadequate you guys are when it comes to any type of political maneuvering, as far as like, how am I going to get me as a Black American? It exposes you as a Black American of how helpless you are. And that's not a good feeling. And I get that. Right. But the whole, I'm not going to start crying like him and get mad he's calling me tether. He's playing around and stuff like that. Cause I caught him. Right. I did. Like I said, if you're going to point at me, there's 10 fingers pointing back at you. I do a mirror outlook. You're going to say something to me, and I'm going to put a mirror up to you and have that same mind frame, that mindset, and sees what it is. And you pretty much expose yourself. You got caught with your pants down. That's why I'm the FBA killer. That's why I'm the FBA killer.
You got
And then we get mad that I said FBA killer. When I say FBA killer, again, FBA is an online bullshit, right? It's not real. FBA is not even 10 years old. It's copywritten by a pimp grifter, right? So when I say FBA killer, I'm talking about the ideology. And we talk about the ideology of FBA. He considers himself an FBA. He spouted ideology that was bullshit. I killed it. FBA Trade says we invented chicken and we're Moors and all this dumb shit. I killed it. That's the FBA ideology. That's why I'm the FBA killer. I'm gonna change my name to FBA killer.
AG.
Yo.
Yeah. Let's take a quick break. Share screen, and we'll get into this. We need a quick breather, quick break.
You're my brother anyway, G. You're my brother anyway. If you don't think
I don't know, man. I don't know.
That
sound. Hey, man, you sound very passionate that you don't fuck with niggas, bro. That's what you sound like. Ruckus right now.
I don't fuck with niggas. I fuck with black people. You're right.
Yeah. We can be what.
See, he says I don't fuck with niggas. I sound like Ruckus right now, and I said you're right. I don't fuck with niggas. I fuck with black people. Now, again, I may have to be a little bit divisive, a little bit. So only because he's bringing these differences up, and it might have went over you guys' head. Anyone that knows me. Like, all right, boom, I know what you're talking about. I know where you're gonna go. The fact that he said you don't fuck with niggas, and I said you're right. I don't fuck with niggas. I don't fuck with black people because. You're right. I don't fuck with niggas. Niggas aren't black people. Black people aren't niggas. The only people that think like that are white supremacists and niggas. Right? Like, I don't do that. When I use the word nigga, is to defame a black person or to talk about the mentality of a black person. That's what I do when I use the word nigga. Now, culturally speaking, anybody from the Caribbean, or if you know any Caribbean people, when we speak our little lingo, our little patois, whatever, especially where we're from, the word nigger exists. We know what the word nigger is. We don't use that on each other because we know where it comes from and we know it's derogatory. So in certain places, in certain islands where you may have people that are not black, they will use that against us and it's war. In America, it's different. You have accepted what the white man called you, right? He took your Africanness. You're not Africans, according to your Afrogenesis and all this dumb shit, right? You don't want to be African no more, so now you a nigga. My personal proverb, a nigga is a broken African. And by you saying that you don't fuck with niggas and that's supposed to be positive shows a cultural difference. And that's the first difference I'm going to say right here. Because me personally, I don't use the word, I don't use the word nigga as a term of endearment. I don't, right? But by him, maybe I'm painting him wrong. I don't know, because I don't know G like that. I'm just going based on what he just said, right? We don't use that. I give you a perfect example. I don't care if you believe me or not. I was in a barbershop, right? It's mad, Americans there, people from the Caribbean. No one fucking knows because everyone talks like this until you meet someone who then you talk in your accent or whatever. And the guy was there. He's talking, yeah, my nigga, this is that because niggas be wilding on that dumb shit. Yo, niggas be on that stupid shit. Nigga this, nigga that. So I'm assuming, he's American or whatever. I even wasn't thinking like that for as an assumption because, it's whatever. That's how people talk, right? And then his girlfriend or his son came because his son had to get a haircut or whatever. And obviously his girlfriend is Jamaican. And they stop the chat like this. Yeah, like, yeah, blah, 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 da, 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 this and that, cut the little pick me here and da, 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 da. And I'm like, oh, shit. So we started talking. I was like, yo, bro, I thought you was American. He's like, oh, yeah, because I'm talking to my boys. They're American or whatever. I was like, yeah, because you saying nigga this, nigga that. Because, and no yard man tell another man, yeah, nigga, da, 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 da. It don't even sound right. He's like, bro, you know what? That's true. Jamaicans don't talk like that. You know what I'm saying? That's an American thing. We all know that, right? Why? Because you're in proximity of white supremacy. What happened to African Americans, to me, and I'll say this on record, even though I'm not going to get no credit for it, is what happened to Black Americans under slavery and Jim Crow is worse than what was going on in the Caribbean and a little worse than what was going on in Brazil. only because you're fighting white supremacy. They're the majority, and it was hard for you to fight back. So once you started developing Stockholm syndrome, right? You did that whole turn lemons into lemonade. So I know I'm a nigga. They say I'm a nigga. I don't want to be an African. So I gotta accept that term nigga and turn it into something beautiful, even though it's something, the worst word in the history of the English language. That's our cultural differences. So I'll give. So we want to talk about differences. That's a difference right there. And that's why, in that regard, we are different. I go to my Haitian friend's house or whatever, right? I know a little bit of Creole, but I never heard them say nigga. I go to my Jamaican boy's house. They don't say, his family, they don't say that. I go to my friend's house from St. Thomas and St. Kitts and Trinidad. They don't say that. I go to my American friend's house. Their parents are saying, nigga, you did. All right, okay. I'm not gonna say I'm not. Oh, you ain't black. You ain't really black. You saying that. I'm not gonna do that. That's just what you do. But that's fine. We still family. We grew up in two different places due to the white man, the same white man. You know what I'm saying? But anyway, let me continue further. I just want to give that example when he said that. That's why I said what I said. I said, you're right. I don't fuck with niggas. I fuck with black people. You get nothing out of fucking with niggas. Anyway, not calling him a nigga, but again, I don't know the brother like that, but I'm just saying. Right. All right. So let me damn, how far am I in? Damn, 2 hours in. Shit. All right. Let me keep it rolling. Let me bring it, speed it up a little bit. Where I'm at. Bring it back. There we go. It's perfect.
We're having this conversation. When you speak about like the idea of like minorities and like the place that African and Caribbean minorities have in the scheme of being able to be taking anything from black people, and the idea of how there's so many other minorities that markedly are taking opportunities from black people. Why there would be a need to have such a hyper focus on this smaller minority. Yeah, I love to get your opinion.
The reason, because they can play us like Barack Obama. He didn't have any connections to Black Americans as far as like he didn't look out for us. He did more for the LGBTQ community, and he wasn't a Black American. He was half African, half white. And then we have Kamala Harris, who also represents Black people. Well, not represent. They put her up there as a Black person, and she doesn't do anything for Black people. So when they constantly,
he's right. He's absolutely right. She is a Black. She's a mulatto. She's half Black and she's half Indian. He's right with that. See, I'm not fooling myself because it's not a contest. Right is right, wrong is wrong. Everything he said there so far is right.
Constantly use people who have our shared skin color and then say it's a Black advocate, and then they don't do anything for us. And we recognize that trend. And even on some of these reparations boards, we have some of them saying that we don't need our reparations. It seems like it's a very
So on the reparations board, and this is why I say reparations on FBA are fucking cowards. They're cowardly, right? And this is why I say that. When you're looking at reparations board, like again, reparations is not. I really don't care. To me, it's a little bit of a dead issue because I don't see a lot of white people coming out their pockets when you got hundreds of thousands of poor white people. And the rich white people is going to give black people a bunch of money, like what, over before their own people. It's a pipe dream. But anyway, when I was witnessing the reparations board, when I saw a thing on it, there's Asian people on the reparations board. There's white people on the reparations board. Do these Negroes get mad and start attacking the Asian community, attacking the white community? How dare you? How are you guys on the board for this, that, and all the same bullshit talking points they give to black people, Caribbeans and Africans that fought along their side, right? They don't give them no smoke. I just wanted to mention that it's that's why I say they're extremely cowardly. That energy needs to be geared towards people who supposed to give you money, not people that is in not a position of power to give you money.
Convenient strategy for the dominant society to bring people who are more malleable and more, they don't have the same grudge against white supremacists that we do. You bring them over there and you put them in positions of power and then give.
We don't have the same grudges of white supremacy. Again, he still believes that anyway.
Them the civil rights that Black Americans fought for because they're less hostile. And this is documented. Even Sheila.
What he just said, civil rights that Black Americans fought for. He didn't say anything about Caribbeans. He didn't say anything about Africans being alongside. He said Black Americans. I'm pretty sure I heard him. Let's see if he said that again, if we misheard him.
They don't have the same grudge against white supremacists that we do. You bring them over there and you put them in positions of power and then give them the civil rights that Black Americans fought for because they're less hostile. And this.
See? So he did say it. The civil rights that Black Americans fought for because, again, Caribbeans and Africans are docile. But see, it's okay for them to say that. And if I push back, they start crying. Calling you a tether. That's inflammatory. But they could say all the nasty things about Blacks and Caribbean. That's why I'm saying they have a superiority complex where they feel I have the right to say that, and you have to sit there and take it because these are facts.
This is documented. Even Shirley Chisholm talked about her family got housing in the New York area quicker than Black Americans because they wanted them because they were less hostile. So that.
I never heard of that. Shirley Chisholm, she's from my country. She's Guyanese and Bajan. I don't know if that's true, but let's say that's true. I never heard that, but let's say that's true. You're proving my point. He just says that we're docile, we kissing white people ass, and all this other shit. Shirley Chisholm's putting the system on blast. Shirley Chisholm fought for Black people, full stop, period. So, bro, what the fuck are you talking about? If that happens, she called that out. So he's not FBA logic, y'all.
That's why they are not a bigger threat, but they are a unique threat.
Unique, but do you think that in that same like if you say that immigrant got housing quicker than Black people, do you think that the 4x Hispanic and the 2x Asians rate of immigrants would have gotten housing before Blacks as well?
Yes, but it would be less obvious because they can still say they're doing something for Black people while helping foreign Black people and not helping the people over here. Versus if it's Hispanics, then it's a lot more difficult to conceal.
Gotcha. So it's not necessarily about changing the system; it's changing the optics of the system.
For them, it is that they are able to use the optics to hide their hand. They're able to still not do anything for Black people while claiming.
You just said Shirley Chisholm did something, but we're high. I'm trying to give him a first shake, but this is infuriating because he's talking out of two sides of his mouth. He's trying to say immigrants don't do shit. We want to take advantage of Black people, of white people treating us differently. And the example he gave was actual immigrant putting the system on blast and helping Black Americans. This is a fucking retarded conversation.
Claiming they are because they have a Black immigrant who some of them are through propaganda that the West puts out, and they constantly demonizing us. A lot of them adopt negative stereotypes about Black people and think that we're in this position because of we're just they just demonize us. So
you think that a majority of these immigrants that are coming in are taking advantage of these said systems, of these African and whatchamacallit?
I think the majority would not hesitate to take.
Problem is whenever we're talking is as if wait. If it's a foul for me to even remotely talk about my experience growing up here, living here, working here, being side by side, because oftentimes we are addressing things that no one is saying.
Change Black people, and the status.
Problem is whenever we're talking is as if wait, if it's a foul, you could do this show 10 other times with 10 other Black men.
Alex, you had your hands raised.
Yeah. I think you brought up a good point too, where these conversations are very circular because oftentimes we are addressing things that no one is saying, that no one is purporting. Like you could do this show 10 other times with 10 other black men, and they're all gonna be like, no, I don't agree with that. I agree with essentially what Trey and G is saying. The problem is whenever we're talking, is as if like, wait, if it's a foul for me to even remotely talk about my experience growing up here, living here, working here, being side by side with people that you would have called FBA, if that's a foul, how do you then get the privilege and honor and the unabashed goal to pretty much talk about experiences that one, you don't have, one, you never lived, places you've never been? I think
exactly. They're not the authority. They're only authority about their experience, and they're handicapped in this regard.
That's where the frustration comes from, because you're not even like talking about it like as if like, oh, this is what I think. No, you're 100% wholly putting your entire worldview, no matter how incomplete it is, on an entire group of people, and then in the most unpositive light. To kind of address what Trey is saying, I think that this is a convenient thing that often gets said, where there's this specter of black immigrants haunting FBA Americans, and they're just around the corner, waiting to take your job, waiting to take your opportunity. To me, that is a very, very convenient, I guess, myth that really doesn't stand up to any numbers, really doesn't stand up to any like actual.
Why don't you ask me the numbers, bro? Instead of saying there aren't any, why don't you ask me?
Well, he doesn't have any numbers. He's bullshitting. But what Alice is saying is exactly right. Tariq Nasheed, and I said this in the beginning, there are steps in harming people, right? Without people having any care or empathy or concern for them. And the first thing you gotta do, you gotta vilify them. The next thing you gotta do is dehumanize them. And once you do that, everything starts on its own. Then things start getting physical because you think this person is here to destroy your well-being, right? That's how it starts.
Well, I was just asking you that. So what are the numbers of immigrants taking black jobs?
Hold on, Q. I didn't get to finish.
Okay, my bad.
Yeah, what I'm saying is factually, it doesn't ring up to anything nowhere true. However, what is actually true is how, if we're talking about a tether being someone who's coming here to undermine the black person's, like a black person's progression within this country, we need to also address and talk about how this country undermines black people everywhere in the diaspora, everywhere in continental Africa. So if we're talking about undermining, there's black military troops right now over in other countries occupying those places. Historically, there are black Americans, period, invading these countries. There are black Americans who are working for the CIA right to this day. We're not talking about imaginary black people taking away something from you. I'm talking about real black people working for the CIA who are operatives in these countries and throwing over governments and importing guns and destabilizing entire regions. But we're not talking about that. And no one in the diaspora is calling anyone a tether here because it's not helpful. It's divisive holistically. So if I need to wrap up what I'm saying, Trey,
Nah, hell with him. What he's saying is exactly right. AFRICOM, right? The United States and Europe are invested in undermining. So when G says, they're taking your resources, there's no they. Your so-called FBAs that are in the military, they're doing that. And FBA is helping your white daddy, right? Is helping Uncle Sam, right? To undermine African countries. Look at Grenada. What they try to do to Grenada. Look what they try to do to Cuba. There are black Cubans blacker than some of the people on this panel, right? This is not a bunch of white men doing that. They have a lot of black people doing that. So FBA is undermining those African countries as well. If you want to play that game, right? If you want to play that game, that's what I'm saying. The positions that they hold and the ideology that they have does not work in real, actual life. It doesn't, right? According to FBA Trey, fought in every war, right? So that includes the Vietnam War. So there's a bunch of black people killing a bunch of Vietnamese, right? And everyone knows that was a bullshit war. There's a bunch of black people killing a bunch of people from killing a bunch of Arabs or other stuff. You're proud of that. That's what I'm saying. This is Stockholm syndrome, You have so much empathy and love for your captor, so much that you think you want to be your captor, and then you start to the point where you'll help your captor destroy people that look like you, destroy their homelands from where you come from. Then you got the gall to say fix your homeland, while at the same time being weak-minded and docile because you don't think those people are your people. So on the behest of white supremacy and white people, you decimate those African lands. But I'll let Alex continue.
If you're talking about undermining something, you need to then address why people that are FBA are in government positions, ambassadors, generals, everything you can imagine, and they're in positions by the white power structure that you're talking about. Everybody around the world is subservient to. You need to talk about people who actually get fucking paychecks from this white supremacy structure to actually overthrow governments, to actually destabilize black countries. That's all I gotta say.
Can I respond to Johnny? I mean, I was trying to get certain things in, a lot of things that were said. So Johnny, you pretty much said that when I said I have two perspectives, I'm sorry if I came across that I know more than you. I just mean what I actually said. Means that I'm not someone that's just from the Caribbean talking about how life in America is. I'm actually in America. I grew up in America. I've been here since I was 3, right? So that's what I mean by two perspectives versus someone who's a Black American and they never really had any other Black friends from Africa or the Caribbean, right? So that's why I'm talking about two perspectives. So if you want to say, well, that means I know more than you, I guess I wouldn't put it that way. But what I'm trying to say is, like, I've been, again, you guys, if I didn't tell you, you think I was American. I'll be around some Americans and they'll say something foul about a Caribbean person. You know what I'm saying? I had family that happened. So it happened to my sister one time, right? And then her homegirl was on something like telling the other girl, like, yo, chill. Like, you know, Allison's, you know, she's from yada, yada, yada. Oh, my bad. And she started backtracking. You see what I'm saying? So that's an experience that you had. That's like a white person saying, well, oh, I understand the Black struggle because I'm fucking a white dude. I'm fucking a Black person. I know. No, it's not the same. That's pretty much the thing. It's like saying, oh, I'm an advocate and I understand the Black struggle because I had a Black boyfriend in college. Like, that's not gonna fly. You know what I'm saying? So another thing I want to say that's been on FBA Trade was saying, basically, he keeps saying, again, he says I say a lot of lies 100 miles a minute, but again, and this is how, again, I'm not trying to throw any ad hominem attacks, but what you said just goes to show you don't even know your own American history. To say that we fought, I said this on my channel before, we fought for you to get here is total bullshit, right?
We did.
And the fact that you know certain things and you can't link the things is one thing to have knowledge, but why
don't you ask me instead of telling me I don't know?
Man,
but you're not even asking. You're making assertions, and you're not. Why don't you ask me if I know it before you tell me I don't?
Let me know when I can talk, bro.
I mean, you're gonna keep putting words in my mouth, bro. It's like hard.
And we all know we're not putting words in his mouth because he has said so far he's like 9-1, right? He told 9 lies. He only told like one truth, right? And I slowed it down in the beginning when he told what an FBA was, and throughout the whole course saying we fought. This is what he's saying. I'm not putting words in his mouth. He's putting words in his own mouth.
AG, do me a favor. I'm about to pull up the timer. This is just make this so much easier. But Kofi, go ahead and finish off.
I would like, he keeps cutting me off. It's like,
no, I got you. Trey, we're coming to you next.
Go ahead.
So when he said, well, we fought for you to get here. That's bullshit, because no one in the civil rights movement fought for Black people, Africans, to get here. Black Americans had their own struggles, right? You had no power for even to get rights for yourself. Why would you do that? That's 1. 2, Black people, Caribbeans and Africans were here alongside with Black Americans fighting for, you had Harry Belafonte, a Jamaican, right? You had Stokely Carmichael, a Trinidadian. You had Kwame Nkrumah, an African, all alongside, hand in hand with Caribbeans, Africans, white people fighting for civil rights. So that fake patting yourself on the back like you did something that you never did is an insult to Black Americans and Caribbeans. That's 1. 2, when you say you were eating off of you, what package do Black Americans have for Caribbean people and African people to say, oh, a Black American gave me money when I came off the boat and the plane, and now I'm gonna give him the middle finger and undermine him? That shit doesn't fucking exist. Yeah, I spoke about that on my channel, on my old videos, where I was basically saying the empty plate that African Americans say that Caribbeans and Africans are doing. That you don't have. Black Americans are struggling, have always struggled next to their white counterparts. What's the saying? When white America has the cold, Black Americans have the flu. Black Americans always get it worse, or any Black person that's here, right? So how are you fighting? How are you putting up anything for Black people to get here? There's no welcome package. What the fuck are you talking about? I remember even Professor James Small said that would have been something good that we do. You know why? Because the Asians do that, the Hispanics do that. They have mechanisms, systems, and people in place for when they come here, they go right to work. Black Americans don't do that. I'm not saying Black Americans need to do that, even though y'all gonna twist my words. It doesn't even matter. But you're saying that as if you do that. No one can eat off an empty plate. You have an empty plate. Your plate is barely full for yourself. You don't have any scraps to give to anybody. Everyone that I know is the immigrant that came here, someone sponsored them and they had to work their ass off. They had to work their ass off in order to get where they are. Y'all didn't give us shit. So stop that fucking lie. I'm sorry, I'm cursing or whatever, but I'm just sick and tired of hearing that lie, and it's being spouted like it's the truth. You show me what Black Americans gave directly to a Black immigrant for you to give you the finger and just walk off. It doesn't exist. I'll wrap it up.
Can I ask a clarifying question? Because I just want to make sure I heard him correct. Like, I just want to make sure I hear what he said correct.
Go ahead.
Are you saying that Caribbeans and white folks are responsible for the civil rights movement, not Black Americans? Like, is that?
This dude got selective hearing. He got selective hearing. You could say 10 things. He'll take 4 things out of sequence and tie it together and said, this is what you said in totality. I think he's deliberately being disingenuous.
Is that what you're saying?
I don't know if you have selective hearing, man. It sounds like you got selective hearing.
I want to make sure I hear what you said.
I'll repeat it again. Black Americans, Caribbean people, I even dropped names. People, Shirley Chisholm, Stokely Carmichael, Harry Belafonte, Kwame Nkrumah were alongside Black Americans fighting for civil rights. Are you gonna say I didn't mention those? I didn't mention Black Americans?
No, but you said those words, and then you said I'm tired of Black Americans taking credit for stuff they have nothing to do with. I'm just making sure
because FBA Trey said that we fought for you to get here. That's a FBA bullshit ass unhistorical trope.
Okay, y'all help.
So are you saying now you hear FBA Trey say, okay, y'all help. You have to prove to me that Harry Belafonte wasn't fighting for civil rights. You have to prove to me that Stokely Carmichael wasn't alongside with Malcolm X and Martin Luther King fighting for civil rights. The burden of proof is on you, not me, because you made that statement.
Bro, yes, some of y'all helped. There were a few of y'all in the
don't minimize. See, and he's minimizing. Now, if I was to say the same thing, they start crying and bitching. Now, I'll go there because it doesn't even matter. So I'm gonna say what I'm gonna say and tough titty. I know Black Americans, and I know not all Black Americans were for trying to dismantle Jim Crow. Not all of them were about that. Some of them was like looking at Martin Luther King like, oh my God, he's a troublemaker. Like, what is he doing? He's messing everything up for us. Not all Black Americans were on board with taking down Jim Crow. That's a fact. But it will be disrespectful to say, well, some Black Americans didn't care about civil rights, and some Black Americans didn't fight. All Black Americans weren't marching and getting hosed down and getting dogs seeked on them and stuff like that. Why would I do that? That is undermining a struggle. So that's why I'm saying he's trying to minimize it. Those same people, those same Jamaicans and Caribbean people in those crowds with Black Americans. So is FBA Trey and G saying is like, that's a Jamaican. Forget about him. That nigga look like he's from Alabama. Get him, Fido. That's what they sound like they're doing. It's like, oh, we about to hose all these niggers down. I don't care if you have the right to protest. I don't give a fuck about your 14th Amendment and your right to free speech. Let's hose you niggas down. No. There's an African there. That nigga's from Mississippi. Let it rip, boys, and just hose you down. That's what these idiots sound like. Like, what are you talking about? Why are you minimizing people's sacrifice and accomplishment? You say, you know what? That was good. I made a mistake. I spoke out of turn. That is right, Kofi. Done. Nah, they have to minimize it because their whole thing is to be divisive, while at the same time saying I'm divisive. Guys, don't minimize it. Don't minimize, because if you can't say that we fought for you to get here, and now that you've been caught in a lie that you don't know your own damn history, you're gonna say, "Well, you're moving the goalpost again. You've been proven wrong. Stop saying that."
So hey, Tariq, it's your go. Tariq,
okay.
It's on
okay.
you.
That's what I'm saying. So you're saying I'm the one minimizing contributions from Caribbeans, but you're not minimizing. You just told us whiskey wasn't that much of an invention. You want to take kind of credit for that, and then you were talking about what, like, y'all. We have to.
I didn't say that he's lying, but we already covered that.
Give credit to the immigrants for, I guess, the civil rights movement. You want to give them credit there. You also.
So he's saying immigrants shouldn't get credit also for civil rights. He doesn't want a union thing. I say these people fought for civil rights. So the moment someone else that's not Black American that fought for civil rights, that means that Black Americans are omitted from fighting for civil rights. It's a stupid ass retarded way of thinking.
Also, if you want to, you also overplay Jamaica, because they're still a Commonwealth of, they're still a member of the British Commonwealth. I just looked that up.
What? I'm going to call him Scarecrow. He's a walking straw man, and he just invents straw man argument. What does Jamaica being a Commonwealth or not has to do with Harry Belafonte and Jamaicans fighting for civil rights? In fact, you should give him more homage and respect, because he could have said, you know what? I live in Jamaica. How about if I can say, you know what? I live in Jamaica. I'm from Jamaica. Only do films and movies and music here. That's them niggas' problem. But he didn't. He put his career and his life on the line, saying, these are my people over here on this side. Sound fucking ungrateful. That's what he sounds like right now.
They got their independence, but they're still a member of the British Commonwealth. I just saw them crying when the Queen died.
Yo, this is new. This is Tariq Nasheed's puppet. I did a video, guys, about that, about Jamaicans crying and all this other bullshit when the Queen died and everything. I did all of that, right? And there was a lot of Black people, man. There was a lot of Black people in past colonies, English colonies, that was saying, fuck the Queen. Even in South Africa, you have Black people saying, the hell with the Queen. I don't care about her. This is all Tariq. Wow. And you get mad when I say I'm not a cult. This is cultish behavior. When you repeat everything that the leader says, and you're bankrupt of free thought, you are in a cult.
And also know that the richest people in Jamaica are not even Black people. So this whole thing where you can come and you can minimize the Black American contributions as a foreigner, and then if I stand up for our contributions in my homeland that my people built, I'm the bad guy. That's where you provoke hostility, to where you can't just like throw stuff out there, and then when it comes back in return, we defend ourselves, accuse us.
This is total deflection. This is total deflection. And so the one thing they always say, and you could say I'm minimizing this or whatever, it really doesn't matter. It's just, I'm just stating historical fact, right? Black Americans laid down the foundation of this country, 100% fact. But when you say we built this country, it is not the 1800s no more, right? Black Americans built the 13 colonies. So when emancipation happened, right, towards the end of the 18th century, and with the help of the Industrial Revolution and the built of the railroads and stuff like that, that Black Americans also built from the East Coast to the West Coast, along with white people and along with Chinese people and stuff like that. That was something was done. You didn't build fucking skyscrapers. You just built the 13 colonies. So that's a historical fact. Were there some Black people that were involved in that? Yeah, sure, of course. But you're not going to make it seem like, hey, we built Virginia because Black Americans helped build the infrastructure of Virginia, Washington, D.C. You're not going to say, oh, but we did the same thing in Texas. We did the same thing in Florida, which is coming. Black Americans didn't do shit in Florida, right? Oh, we built California. No, it's not the same thing. I just want to put that out there. That's a historical fact.
Accuse us of being divisive. Like, we have our own separate lineage and we have our own thing we need to advocate for. Another thing Alex said is that we Black Americans should prioritize stopping the United States government from victimizing Black people across the globe. No, we need to stop them from victimizing us first. That needs to be our priority.
He's straw manning. I want to give him, to respond, but he's bringing up topics that I didn't address. He wants to run away from the topic, then lie and said that I'm saying I only want Caribbean people to give credit. Again, which is selective hearing. I said Black Americans. You don't. The fact is, your position is that you don't want nothing to do with Africans and Black people. You're just like Tariq. You talk out of two sides of your mouth. Hey, I got no hate against Black people and Caribbean. So when I say we do something in unison, when we're all on the same accord, if you are genuine, you say, you know what, brother, we need to get back to that. But here you go again, trying to minimize what Caribbeans done by saying, oh, well, some of y'all did, which goes to show to the point where the majority of you ain't on that. That's where you're going. That's where you're going with your argument. And you're being very disingenuous. I'd rather you just say, yo, bro, I don't really fuck with Caribbeans. I really don't like Africans.
That's not true,
I feel that they always undermine us no matter what. Then we can have a real honest conversation.
But that's not true, though. I don't believe that.
But
I don't believe
that. That's what you're saying. That's not what you're showing. That's what you say one thing and you're showing something else. Because if again, you said we eat and offer you and you fought for civil rights for you to come here. You said that. I'm writing this all down. Right?
You didn't debate what I just said. I said we fought for
Buana, that's where I showed you where I was writing it all down. Because you said I need to write down and get back at them. I mean, I had so much stuff down, I couldn't get everything out, but I was writing stuff down. So the moment he's a broken record. He's just repeating the FBA cult charter of all the things that they were saying. So I was writing everything down to address everything that he was saying.
For Caribbeans to come here.
And that's a lie. You didn't fight for, you're trying to say that you alone fought for us to get, which is a lie.
I didn't say, did I say us alone or did I say we fought?
Bro, if you omitting Africans and Caribbeans, it shows that either you're ignorant or you're purposely doing it. It's one of the two.
Did I say that those people you talked about?
You said that we fought for y'all to get here.
I said some of you contributed. I also said that too, right?
That's after the fact, after I corrected you.
Okay.
Stop playing the shell game. Stop playing the shell game.
I'm not arguing that there were a few that contributed and rode the wave of the Black Civil Rights Movement, and then they contributed, especially Stokely Carmichael. Big respects to him. But I think the Medgar Evers and all the and everyone that we had, that all the slave revolts, all the people that were during Reconstruction, we did a lot of the legwork in advance that made America a place that people wanted to come from the diaspora. So when you
again already, there was the interlanding slave trade. And I think it was in North Carolina somewhere. They had brand new Africans. Even after the United States stopped Africans from coming in, they still was a lot of illegal importation of Africans, right? So according to them, right, it all falls apart, right? So when you say, oh, but there was Americans here, he's still under this stupid ass ideology that African was brought to America and they stayed in America. That's it. And there were no other Africans coming from Africa or the Caribbean.
You want to say that we did it like almost like 50-50? I think that kind of minimizes what we actually built here. And we're talking about civil rights. You went all the way back to 16.
So now he went all back to 1600. And now he's doing percentages. I didn't do percentages. Again, he's being divisive. That alone is advice. Well, you did this, and I did this much. You only did this much. He's being divisive.
But all that's part of
playing shell game.
I think too, man, like if I'm just being honest, I think Kofi, you are like kind of throwing rocks and hiding your hand a little bit in terms of your approach, in my opinion. I feel like you say that you're not divisive, you understand FBA, but then you have like, I'm here to kill, I'm an FBA killer, or whatever you're saying. It's like, it's like you not liking Tariq Nasheed is one thing. And I think that's for everybody out there. It's like, if you don't like Tariq Nasheed, that's one thing. But if we all on the same page about the concept of FBA, then why such just hatred or like intent? Like there's a clear energy that you come in with that's like, and you're using rhetoric again that is inflammatory from the start, with calling stuff like a cult, FBA killers, I'm here to kill, all this stuff. It's like, if that's what you're here to do, you fall right into like this idea of why the thing is so divisive in the first place. In my opinion, if you got an issue with Tariq Nasheed, just say Tariq Nasheed, but don't start talking about a bunch of FBA niggas because you don't like Tariq Nasheed. You feel what I'm saying? Like,
but that's not how it works. That's not how it works. If you have Tariq Nasheed, she said in the creation of FBA, follow me. I'm gonna show you how to get reparations. So people hang on to him like they got no goddamn daddy in their life, or no structure in their life, and they hang on to every goddamn word that he says, and his people are attacking. It's no longer about FBA. It's a quote unquote movement. It's a quote unquote lineage. And Tariq Nasheed sets the tone and sets the rules. So it's bigger than Tariq Nasheed. So he's simplifying what the cult of FBA is.
Like, just speak to how you don't like what he's doing.
Let me respond to that. I think I answered. It's the second time you asked that question. I answered you the same way the first time you posed that same question. Exactly. When it comes, I have no problem, like you said, with Tariq. Tariq's baby is FBA. FBA started. It was a grift off of ADOS, and FBA had started out with a noble cause fighting for reparations, and you're doing projection. Tariq throws for like 2 years straight, saying things about Africans and Caribbeans, and then people who claim to be FBA start getting their fucking feelings. So to me, it sounds like I should just sit there and take the abuse, like in the beginning for the first 2 years, and don't say shit, right? And this is one reason why I started a YouTube channel, because it infuriated me. So if you say, yo, I'm coming with a lot of energy, then yeah, because you're a grown-ass man just like me. Anyone talks bad about Black Americans, you have every right to get at them, right? Same thing with me. I'm a fucking Black man too, and from a different country. Someone gets at me, I should have that same energy, and you should understand. So it's not like, and again, when you have to understand, when I talk about FBA, I'm not talking about all Black Americans. FBA is a hashtag. It's something that's
you're talking about the movement.
Yes. I'm not talking about Black Americans in general, because Black Americans in general don't know what the hell an FBA is. You know what I'm saying? So again, I'm not speaking about all Black Americans. I'm talking about what FBA started out as. It did a bait and switch. It had a noble cause, and most of it is just throwing rocks at Caribbeans and Americans. You got AFRICOM. When was AFRICOM talking bad about Black Americans in order to have a legitimate claim?
So again,
it's a disingenuous thing that you guys are not realizing.
It's not you guys.
Yeah. So
guys, you're talking.
It is you guys, right? So my FBA trace started out that way. When I asked him what's the FBA, he took mad shots at Caribbeans and Africans. Why? Because FBA identity is locked in step with dehumanizing and making fun of non-Black Americans. FBA Trey said it himself in the beginning. Rewind the tape, play that bean footage, and all that good stuff. We know that already.
Talking about, like you said, like something that Tariq Nasheed represents, and you're lumping in like everybody as you guys. But my whole point here is saying that if you claim to not be divisive, you don't come off that way, is what I'm saying. Like you you seem to be like the anti-hero to Tariq Nasheed, like, which doesn't make it any healthier, right? Like one extreme.
Why is that?
Extreme,
he's a man. He makes mistakes. I could critique any man. You say you're not in the cult, but then it seems like you have issues with me talking about Tariq Nasheed.
No, I don't. What I'm pointing out is that you're very divisive. That's what I'm saying very clearly.
In what manner am I divisive?
Your rhetoric, it's very inflammatory. It's no better than what your rhetoric is no better than what you're accusing Tariq Nasheed of. Is all I'm saying here. You're just a different version.
Besides the word cult,
you're the anti-hero.
It's just inflammatory.
You just said you were the FBA killer. You just
said
that.
You just said that. I was joking. I was just joking.
Oh Lord! Come on, y'all. Like this is like the best, like microcosm of everybody trying to misunderstand each other.
So why can't the Caribbean things just be jokes? Why can't
again? He's being disingenuous. It's like that's where he's not hearing me, right? That's where he's not hearing me. The you know what I'm saying. And I know it's frustrating to the host. He's just, you know, I know it's frustrating to him, man. Shout out to him, man. You tried your best, bro, and I commend you for trying. You really did try, man. But he's being disingenuous. I just said that for 2 years, Caribbeans and Africans said nothing. Now that we're saying something's the problem. So you cannot ask a question. That's why I don't think he understands or knows how FBA started. I think he just bought into the lie that it just had a noble cause and it always had a noble cause. And yeah, you may have some rebel rousers in there that may say something that's bad and inflammatory at times. No, it started out as that. That's what gave it momentum, and it led us to where we are right now. That's what he's not understanding. Because when he asks that question, again, it shows his hand that I don't know what FBA was about originally. I don't know what it is when he asks that question. And when I give him the answer, it's not registering with him. And he's like stuck on this. I don't understand.
Can't those be jokes?
It's coming from. See, this is your problem. Again, I'll say it again. For 2 years, y'all don't say shit, right? Caribbeans didn't say nothing. The moment we say something, y'all want to cry, bitch, and moan, right? Not respecting. Now it's not jokes. Now the shit is serious. Like, come on now.
You are complaining about how somebody's talking, but when you talk, it's jokes. So I'm saying, why is it not lighthearted jokes from the other side?
Rational comparison, because Tariq Nasheed started out again. We talk about hitting.
Who's an entertainer, right? He's an entertainer.
We talk about hitting. He's an entertainer. He's a pimp. He's all
Makes
that.
Content.
Whatever. He likes white women and all that shit. Whatever. What I am saying, FBA started out as a hate group. It's like you don't want to pull behind. You don't like what you see behind the curtain. You're looking at what the mantra. We're gonna get I don't like what Yvette Carnell is doing. I'm gonna show you guys how to get reparations, and you still are not even in front of any. And this is the thing. I gave this example too. It's like BLM, Black Lives Matter. Black Lives Matter started out with a noble cause, right? It was good, right? Then we found out that Black Lives Matter was ran by a bunch of lesbians, right? That was talking down on the Black family, talking down on a lot of cornerstones of Black institutions, right? While taking money and making money off of the death of mostly Black men, and taking the money and going buying houses in the Bahamas, and they're FBA, but not that doesn't matter, right? Anyway, buying houses in the Bahamas and all these other places. So guess what? I disassociate myself from the group and the people of BLM, but I still mess with the mantra of Black Lives Matter, right? That's how you should look at it. Maybe that's how he's looking at FBA, if that's what he's saying. That's how he should look at it. But he's not. He's thinking it's all innocent and good in its totality. Board. You're not even overturned you're not even on reparations board at all, right? All you guys doing is entertainment, talking about Caribbeans, right? And you don't like that. Doesn't rest with your soul because you know that's wrong. That's what I'm responding to. You trying to mix it up like, well, I hate all on Black Americans. No, that's not what it is. How FBA started out talking shit about Africans and Caribbeans is my problem. And again, you can look on my channel. I talk shit about Africans who talk bad about Black Americans. So you're not going to sit here and tell me that it's coming from a disgenuine place because you're a Black American and I'm from the Caribbean. I'm a Pan-African. Okay, I'm sorry, but that's what it feels like. I feel like you are more divisive than what you might think. I think the way that you speak is not a way that builds consensus. It's not a thing that helps people meet in the middle. You speak in a way that only further incites the separation. All Black Americans are on Section 8 and they just kiss white ass and they don't work. They have no work ethic. That's why they want reparations. If I was to say that and you to come back at me and defend that, and I was to say the same thing you're saying, you would call bullshit.
No, honestly, I wouldn't even do something like that. I would laugh because it's like an ignorant thing to say. Like it's like,
all right, then you would laugh and you would tell me how much I'm full of shit. That's not me. That's not you being divisive. That's you correcting the record.
No, but you like you just said, you built a whole platform to respond to something because you felt attacked or whatever the thing. Like I said, like
no, I didn't feel attacked. I was attacked.
You said.
Hey fellas, let's try to get back on topic. I think we're spending a lot of time on like defining if Kofi is divisive or not.
I'm just giving them.
I think that the main root of all of this issue is everybody's trying not to understand each other. To me, I'm clearly understanding both people, and it's really clear as day if if both people are not trying to talk past each other. And
I agree.
Yeah, I mean, but hey, Black, I'm gonna toss it back your way.
Got a question or just
well, I was gonna kind of let you round up the conversation.
Yeah, man, I was just like, I don't really think I think it's the difference between defending and speaking up for your thoughts and like being divisive. Like his rhetoric to me hasn't been like crazy, like, oh my God, did he just say that? And I think I understand when they say I'm the FBA killer, like it's in jest, and it's like Umar calls himself King Kong consciousness, or people putting a nickname onto something, but it's not a derogatory term. Or
that's all I was doing. That's all I was doing. The only fair people here right now, I like Johnny. Johnny's probably a beast because Johnny's quiet, but Johnny is his critique is very fair as well, right? It's just Johnny, the brother speaking, and the host, like those, and of course Alex, right? Everyone could see it except for the diehard FBA people, or G, which is somewhat diehard. The only people that can't understand is them, and I feel that's very telling. And I'm glad I did this show. I mean, you could do another one because it kind of exposes the falsehoods and the ideological fallacies of what FBA think they are, and it just exposes them. And I like that. And so now that we've corrected certain things, hopefully we can move forward on a better foot. So let me move this forward. I'm about to move it forward a little bit.
I think it's just, in just with the conversation. So like I said, I can differentiate between somebody kind of, being funny or using their personality, and then like just being
Haiti versus Kenya versus Southside, right? Like I'm not sure if they can decipher that. But when I just look at where a lot of folks end up, like when I look at Black, quote unquote, successful Black people, a lot of these names that get mentioned, they're not necessarily of Black American descent in a lot of regards. So it makes me think like, if you're pursuing certain fields, if you're going after certain roles, you might have a easier or a path of less resistance if your last name is not one of these, European last names, if you will. If you've got like a clear African name, I think that for whatever reason, I noticed that a lot of quote unquote successful Black people are not necessarily of Black American descent. When you look at doctors, engineers, things of that nature, a lot of them are coming over, having success, finding ways to climb that ladder. And I think that part of that reason why is because there's less friction for them compared for us, in my opinion.
I have a rebuttal, but I'm gonna let Trey go. I think that's interesting. We're gonna come back to that. Trey.
I think G hit it on the head with that last part. Like they get less friction from the dominant society because they don't share our centuries-long grievance with them. Like they come over here, and a lot of them are just like are happy to be here. That's why they came. They wouldn't have come here to fight.
All right, I'm gonna stop the bullshit a little bit. So what G is saying is partially true, but at the end of the day, it's a lie. So anybody knows there was a research that was done. I mean, I remember when I was like a teenager. Again, I'm older than them, probably about like 10 years. I remember when I was like a teenager, and they had a study, I think it was on 2020 with Bob Walters and Hugh Downs about, and it was obviously current ones, and it's still the same, about not even African names, just Black sounding names. So obviously we know if there's two applications and you have someone named Tyrone Jackson versus Brad Snyder, and they have the same GPA, the same experience, the same education, went to the same good school, right? Just because Tyrone is a Black sounding name, they're gonna go with Mr. Snyder. right? So what he's saying makes no fucking sense unless, again, what they're trying to allude to is that, oh, they're gonna allude to saying like, okay, Tyrone Jackson and Kwame Umoja, right? Oh, we're gonna hire the African guy instead of the Black American guy, which is fucking stupid because they're both black. Unless you're trying to say white supremacy again, they must listen to Yvette Carnell. White supremacy would sees black, African, and the Caribbean at the same. They'll give a Caribbean and an African opportunity over a Black American. That's not how racism works, and that's bullshit. I worked at places. I worked at a place where I was again. You won't know I'm from the Caribbean unless you ask me. I was a manager at an office, and I was the only black manager there. They had an engineer. He was the only black engineer there. And he just so happened to be African. So are you saying there are no black engineers? Like black engineers don't exist? It sounds fucking stupid. I worked at another place. This guy was an African. He wanted nothing to do with me. Maybe because he thought I was a Black American, right? And this guy was just a coon. He was all up under white people and wanted nothing to do with me, right? But they also had other Black Americans there as well. So what you're saying doesn't make any fucking sense, right? But let's go to the FBA expert, FBA Trey.
And on top of that, if they do fight back, they're subject to get deported, so they couldn't even fight back if they want to. So I think
So again, he's calling us cowards. We can't fight back. We're docile. This is a trend, y'all. This is a trend. But they lose their shit when I say FBA killer in jest. He's saying all these things with a straight face, like it's just a fact. Full stop. Fact.
It benefits them to bring people over here who are more docile, more complicit to white supremacists. They've known this since they team.
Another FBA trope. Show me where they get. Obviously, they fucked up because I'm here and I will be considered a threat. More of a threat than you being a homegrown American. Matter of fact, FBI and the CIA and the military will hire Negroes like FBA Trey and G because they're convinced that, oh, you look like them, but you're not them. So on behest of you wanting to get reparations and you being an American, undermine those African countries. Go to Grenada and start bombing Grenada, another black country. To me, I don't wish this to be true, but to me, where they're coming from, that's the only thing that makes sense to me right now. That's the only thing that makes sense to me because everything is, you're this, I'm that. We're not the same. Kick rocks. There's no unity in what they're saying. There's no looking like, hey, we're fighting against the same beast. There's none of that.
Teamed up with some of those tribes in Africa to sell us off into slavery in the very beginning. Like even now, a lot of them are still getting sold into modern day slavery, like in cage, getting beat around by Arabs today. Even now, like they're.
Oh God, damn it, man. Well, we already know FBA Trey is unhistoric. So it's to me, this is another American Negro. Even people in the Caribbean say this dumb fucking shit. Oh, you weren't there to help us because you sold us into slavery. Guess what? I'm gonna keep it real quick and short, y'all. The dude, which was not a lot, but there was some that was helping the white man capture Africans. After that dude finished selling out his people, the white man put his stupid black ass right on the boat. And I think these are the descendant of these turncoats. Once again, going against black people. Right? And if you're gonna say that, you have black people in America that was also breaking the Africans to be very submissive, like they're alluding to. If anyone knows about slave narratives or anything like that, it was the overseer and it was black people that's probably 2-3 generations of slave breaking them into. You're guilty of that too, right? Why didn't you fight back? But I'm not gonna say it because it sounds stupid. It's one of the most horrible, horrific systems, crime against humanity that slavery partake, that undermined it and destroyed us. And and this is a position you're gonna take. But again, he's not historical, so I can't be upset with him like I'm talking to an intellectual or someone who's knowledge about themselves. To me, I feel this is just a teachable moment.
So like the Chinese infrastructure over there, like they're the majority and then still, get dominated from Europeans. Meanwhile, we're a minority and we're constantly
and that's also not true.
Rebelling and fighting back. So I think we're like Kendra said, they're not like us. And they know that if they help these other people, then it's gonna supplant us and it's going to help them on this chessboard of white supremacy.
And so I guess just a quick question. So you think that there's like a concerted effort of looking at last names to decipher who they're going to gatekeep?
I don't think you need last names.
I don't want to say it's a concerted effort, but
again, I'm not even gonna do that. We're pretty much at a end right now. I'm gonna speed it up a little bit because we're pretty much at the end. Don't worry, guys. I'm gonna pick the link in the chat. It's going a little bit longer than I expected it to be, but I'm gonna put the link in the chat very soon. Let me just speed this up a little bit here. All right.
But you can answer both questions. Kofi.
All right. The fact, like, wow. I mean, a lot of things has been said. You guys are very sensitive. A lot of things was saying like, we're lackadaisical and we're lazy, and not we're lazy, we're passive, but that's okay. But the moment I start pushing against that, I'm being divisive. So I have to let a lot of shit being said, and I can't even say anything. So Yvette Carnell, she was talking to on Mark Lamont Hill. Mark Lamont Hill, the same question you're asking us, Mark Lamont Hill asked. He's like, well, do you think African or Caribbean? Because 80 West is also divisive and xenophobic and racist. Tariq Nasheed just took it to another level, right? And she asked Yvette Carnell, he asked Yvette Carnell, are Caribbeans, do the dominant society see Caribbeans and Africans and African Americans as the same? Yvette Carnell said no with her chest out. And that's very sad. I don't know. I mean, again, I'm in my 40s. I don't know how old you guys are. I've lived and I've seen things. I've been treated the same way, right? I've been locked up for obviously for pretty much me thinking that they say, oh, this guy is a Caribbean. I got the same tropes put on me like I would a Black American. I've been pulled over for no reason, just like a Black American, right? So to say that I mean, you had Abdullah Diallo, which was not even FBA. He got beat to death and a nightstick up his ass. So for people, I guess, older, like myself or whatever, when I hear people say that, it's like these people don't know their own country where they live in, their own land. You haven't even lived your life or talked about people who may not be Black American. Maybe because I live in New York, right? So to me, to just hang around just Black Americans, that would be a choice because it's a melting pot here. But I've been treated all types of ways. My mother gave me the talk, like, hey, look, you're a Black man in this country. Some FBAs don't think that we don't consider each other Black, right? My Jamaican friend, I go to his house, we're going out. She's like, y'all going out? I'm 6'3". My friend is like 6'2". He said, look, y'all like 16 years old. Y'all look like grown ass big men here. There's cops out there, they're gonna treat. They don't care about how if you're 16. All they see is Black. So to hear Black Americans say that is very disheartening. And you guys are like my younger brother's age. So you guys to say, well, we're white supremacy treat us different. I don't think you guys understand what white supremacy is. What was the second question?
1 second. Black success in America, is it possible without the help of the diaspora?
It is, yes. It is. It's well, define what Black success is, because there are a lot of Black successful people.
So I'll say, in the way that I mean it, is changing socioeconomic statuses, making the average socioeconomic status of the average Black person rise to a space of decent standard. I think that, to me, that's what I usually mean.
Well, I mean, you will have to pretty much follow Dr. Claude Anderson's Powernomics to that. But again, when we had this conversation last week, we are not our forebears. We're not our foreparents. We don't even know come together to boycott H&M, Papa John's, things that disenfranchise black people, like Chase Bank. J.P. Morgan was a part of the slave trade, right? People still bank at J.P. Morgan, right? Certain things we don't even know. The Barclays here in New York, the Barclays Center. Barclays was also a part of the transatlantic slave trade, right? You think you're gonna not get a bunch of black people not to go to the Barclays, to boycott the Barclays, if Nicki Minaj is playing and Lil Wayne is playing? Nah, them niggas are gonna go anyway, right? But is there black success stories? Yes. Are there black successful black Americans here? Yes. But as a group, as a totality to get somewhere, no, I don't think we're that disciplined in order to get to that next level. All right. That's pretty much it. Letting some people in right now. So I'll let forgive me if I'm pronouncing your name incorrect. Castillo go first, and then I'm gonna Trey, aka David, he'll go after you. So thank you for coming and joining the panel. What you got to say? What's up? Nice to have you here.
Pura vida, what's up? Ewa, hello. I have a lot to say.
Try to keep it short if you can.
I know. Look, I saw that conversation happening live, and I was biting my lip in so many ways because there's two major problems. You said you were born in the Caribbean, correct?
Yes.
I was born in Costa Rica.
Pause.
Okay. So, what part of the Caribbean were you born?
In Guyana, in South America, next to Venezuela.
Guyana. Well, I'm half Venezuelan, brother. I'm right next to you. We know what the issue with the Essequibo, for example.
That's another conversation right now in Venezuela, trying to get the western part of Guyana back.
Yeah, I disagree with that. That's another conversation for another day.
Yeah, okay. We gotta do one on that one day.
So you and me are Black Americans, specifically. You are South American and I'm Central American, but American at the end. So the problem with people like Tariq, which I've heard, is that with the right hand they try to fight for justice, etc., and with the left hand they utilize discrimination, xenophobia, and fear to push forward their agenda. That's hypocrisy, because in the Western Hemisphere, I don't want to talk about Africa right now. If we can, just let's put up apart the question of Africa. In the Western Hemisphere, this continent that is called America, the exonym that was provided to us within 12 years after the arrival of Columbus in the Caribbean and the Central American region, we are all here. And all of us of this skin color, and the combinations of either Afro descendancy or Afro-Indigenous, the combination that has happened post during the era of slavery and post era of slavery, we're all FBAs of 35 nations here. And that is a fact of the last 200 to 248 years.
Okay.
Haiti, República Dominicana, Mexico, 5 countries in Central America, 12 countries in South America, and so many others in the area. Yes, the characteristics of Caribbean is that we are still encountering colonialism in it with the Commonwealth. Barbados just recently left the Commonwealth. Jamaica, we're crossing the fingers that it's the next country to abandon the Commonwealth.
Yeah.
And then you have the badly called the Antillas Menores, the ones that are near to Venezuela, that are either in French, British, or United States hands. The Virgin Islands that is near to Venezuela.
Yeah.
So the whole divisiveness of the North American is because of a gringo mentality, man. This whole idea that the only valid America is United States, and that the only valid Black American is the one in the United States and in the Western Hemisphere, purposely ignores the history of the Atlantic slave trade and colonialism in this area. Matter of fact, the majority of slaves and FBAs were delivered to Brazil, one of the major Black countries in the Western Hemisphere.
You're right, but I see what you're saying, and you're absolutely right. I agree with you, and I'm pretty much a fair person. That is very true, but when it's but when they're talking about reparations, then that's where things has to be like, okay. Who are you colonized by? Oh, I was colonized by the British. Okay, you go to England. Who are you colonized by? Oh, the Spanish. Okay, so you gotta go to the Spaniards and the ex-conquistadores and go get your claim. But yes, we're all FBAs, and I don't like using that term because it's an unhistoric term, but we're all Black people in the Western Hemisphere. Yes. Now,
and just to answer that point that you were saying,
yeah.
In the last 200 to 248 years in the Western Hemisphere, has there been any country to pay reparations to those citizens within their areas in regards to the Atlantic slave trade? No, there hasn't been, and the fight is continuing. So this idea that we're all
let's wrap it up because there's other people that want to talk, and I kind of want to continue.
Of course, just to say this idea that those of us outside of the United States are interested in the reparations that could happen in the United States, that's BS. What we're interested is that if the United States becomes the first country in the Western Hemisphere to apply reparations through the congressional means, that will fortify our own fights in our own different regions in this Western Hemisphere.
I agree with you. And I say the same thing. Why would I want to? Because white people are unlike us. They're together. You think if a white person, either from anywhere in Europe or in America, about to make that move, they're not going to ask their other white brethren? They're going to be like, no. So if one domino falls, we know they all are going to fall. So we have to push, like, what are you doing over there in Africa? Oh, that's what you're doing? Okay, what are y'all doing in America with HR 40 and the reparations thing? Oh, you're doing that? Okay. And we need to be pressuring them on all sides. But if you have an FBA mentality, it's not going to work. Thanks. Your turn, Trey. What's up? Trey, are you there?
Yo, what's up? Yeah, this FBA Trey, to be exact, aka David Walker.
Hey, what's up?
What's good, man? I think you did mischaracterize a lot of what I was saying in there, man. And I don't really, I read a lot about all of the things I talk about historically, so I'm not as ignorant as you making it seem that I am. Like a couple things, like the last caller just said, he knows what we mean when we say American. Like nobody is saying that people aren't valid as Caribbean, like in the American area over there, like or in whatever place in South America, you're legitimate in your homeland. But FBA, American, the American in that is north of the United States of America. Our position in this country as Black people, our contributions, our heritage, everything that goes along with that's what we mean when we say American. It has absolutely nothing to do with the Caribbean, and that should be okay. I don't understand the problem. I think the only time you get pushback and there's hostility was when people kind of play dumb with that, and then they say like FBAs don't exist. Man, that's my lineage, dog. Like that's like me saying Caribbeans don't exist. Like,
but it's a little bit different. Like okay, everything that you said in the beginning, I'm 100% with you. You're 100% right. When it comes to reparate, yeah, we could all be Black, quote unquote Black, or right, part of the diaspora. But when it starts coming to reparations claims, then yeah, okay. And I said that, I don't know if you heard me, then we gotta be like, all right, okay, we want to get reparations. Okay, you're in America. Okay, you gotta go get it from America. And if America is giving it to you, I would say you need to also get it from England, because Americans came from England, right? Scotland and all that shit. So Black Americans should be getting reparations from America, England, Ireland, and Scotland, right? And when it comes to me, I can't touch your shit. I can't. I gotta go with Africom. What I pushed back on the first call, I was saying like, no, I see what you're saying, but we can't really do that. What we gotta do is push it on all sides. I gotta go say, you know what, HR 40 is bullshit. Let's push something else. And you should be like, yo, what's going on over there with over there Africom? Because like I said, when one domino falls, they all fall. But go ahead. I mean, I guess you have the right to respond to back on the still, but keep it short because I don't think Trey will finish.
Trey, I'm sorry. I just wanted to reply on that. Nice to meet you. Trey, number one. Let me put it very simple. One, here, all FBAs, all people black that were here, as well as the indigenous, contributed to the process of independence throughout 35 nations, not only in the United States. However, the United States had a very interesting particularity. United States, contrary to Latin America, did not abolish slavery at the moment of their independence. The rest of countries in Latin America, as well as in Caribbean, those who became independent, the first action we saw constitutionally placed was abolishment of slavery. In fact, my country, Costa Rica, Nicaragua, Honduras, and Mexico, we have a beef with the southern states of the United States, because within 10 years prior to the Civil War, a North American by the name of David William Walker came here to invade us, to make us slaves, because because the southern states were running out of slaves by that time frame. That being said, Western Hemisphere, aka America, aka North, Central, South, and Caribbean, are all part of that history of fighting for and becoming independent and free from the colonialists, British, Spanish, all the Europeans that were here. So fundamentally, the point of argument is that the vision of FBA is far broader than what the North Americans are projecting today. And that's an injustice not only to all of us, but especially and particularly against you by your own people.
All right. Okay, Trey. So thank you for that. For clarifying that. Okay, Trey, go ahead. You can finish your thought or respond to him however you want.
Well, I appreciate it. A couple things you said. That one, Brazil, they ended slavery after America ended slavery. It went on far longer, actually. And then also the slave trade in Africa. America abolished the abolished importing slaves before Africa illegalized the slave trade, and then Britain had to go there to force them to stop doing it. So this whole thing that America was last, that's just historically inaccurate.
Wait, I don't understand something. You say that, okay, Africa, when you say Africa, what do you mean Africa was still doing it? Africa was not in control of its, during the time of the transatlantic slave trade, no African nation was in control of West Africa or its borders. It's not like Africa, it's not like, they stole Africans, brought to the New World, and they just left West Africa. Those European nations stayed there. So that's where you're kind of missing me.
And just real quickly to answer Trey, Brazil did not become independent until 1825 or 1125. So to say, yes, the United States was within the last three countries to abolish slavery, but the other two were because they were not independent yet. Cuba and Brazil, they became independent afterwards. So United States became the last country to abolish slavery through a civil war that then established a apartheid state for 100 years. So please, let's be realistic on the history and on the facts. So Brazil became independent after United States, and in the 11/8/25, within, what was it, 40, 50 years after the United States. So that's all the point I wanted to make.
All right. Okay. So Trey, finish your thought, because then we have Buana. He's patiently waiting.
Sure. A couple things. First, Brazil ended the slave trade. They abolished it in 1888. America did in 1863. Agreed. So that was 25 years after in Brazil. So Agreed. I don't know what you're talking about when you said the 1820s or anything like that. And also, it was the FBA who was the first president of Mexico were black, or I believe it was a black. I can't remember a specific name, but we also had black Seminole soldiers that were guarding the border for Mexico as well. So yes, you're right. We did contribute to liberating Mexico from Spaniards. And also a lot of the people, the Latinos who were claiming to be in the Spanish area, okay, well, that was Spaniards that owned that, and then they got conquered by Mexico and everything else. And a lot of those people there are not the same indigenous people that were in Mexico before they got there. They're basically genetically European, like with their hair and everything like that. So I mean, like, just don't lump us in together is my only point. FBAs, we are our own unique group. Like, no shots to anyone in the Caribbean. I think, like Kofi, you said, we need reparations from the UK. I also think Jamaicans, they need reparations from the UK too. And so do a lot of these other Caribbean nations. I pray that they get that. But as far as our claim and what we have going on here, our main grievance is we just want people to stay out of it. And I think that if the diaspora war, to make that go away, is better than worse. I mean, if you don't attack FBAs or talk down us, just help us get the Caribbean coons, because all the tether is a coon from the diaspora. There are plenty of great Caribbeans, domestic and abroad. Same with Africans. But our problem is when we check them, there's a problem. And we don't see enough of them getting checked by their own people. So what we need is, rather than getting mad at us for calling out the problem, if you would just check them, then bro, like, we would greet y'all with open arms. And there would be no beef at all. Literally, our only beef is we feel like there's an undermining. And when you have callers call in and tell us that we're the same as people in the Caribbean, it's like, bro, just let us be different. It'll be okay. I mean, that's all. I'm trying to be quick with it because I know you got somebody up.
Yeah,
but those are my main points I want to get on as quickly as possible.
I mean, like, real quick, I see where you're coming from, but at the same time, it's like, it's divisive in a way, and I don't want to, like, keep going over it, but I do understand where you're coming from with it. But again, we're in a war right now, and it makes no sense to know we're in a boxing match, and everyone knows you need all these fingers to make a fist, and you're just saying, nah, I'm gonna be on my own and fight this fight on my own, and we all lose if that's what it's gonna be. That's how I see it. I still feel we could be different and be the same as the United States. Everyone knows that the United States is made up of different states, but we all know that we're all together, we're united. That's why it's United States. It's just not just states. But thank you for that. Buana, what's up?
First, let me say to my Afro-Latino brother, ¿Qué tal, mi hermano? ¿Cómo está?
Eso, pura vida, todo bien, todo tranquilo. Aquí estamos.
Puedo hablar español, pero necesito estudiar más español. So slow down, my brethren. Slow down. Yes,
habla pequeño.
Yes. So let me first of all, let me greet FBA Trade. I'm happy that FBA Trade had the courage to come on and sit down and speak to his brothers from other Black places. So let me first give him kudos for that, because not many FBA people have the balls or even the tenacity to come down and have a conversation with with people from other places in the Black world. So shouts out for him to doing that first and foremost. Let me give him credit for that. The second thing I wanted to say is, now I'm going to go to the points, and because I'm not trying to attack the brother personally, I'm just trying to attack the arguments. So I want to make that very clear. It's not him personally, it's the arguments themselves. So when he says that the FBA has no association with the Caribbean people, now I'm questioning that, because historically, if you look at history, you would see that people from Barbados went to South Carolina to fill the plantations of South Carolina. And you would also know historically that landowners, plantation owners within the Americas sent their slaves to the Caribbean places for punishment. So there was an exchange of slaves cross-culturally from the Caribbean back to the Americas, from the Americas back to the Caribbean. So there's always been an intercourse between the Caribbean and the Americas, because the plantation owners not only own plantations in the Americas, they also own plantations in the Caribbean. So your family members was going back and forth, whether you know this or not. I don't know if you know about the inter-American slave trade, but that's actually what happened in as far as the history goes. So when you say that there is a disconnection, we look at that as ahistorical, because that's not exactly what happened. That's the first thing. The second thing is, when you characterize Caribbean people as docile, as traitorous, as people who are coming here to undermine African Americans. And I'm asking, with the greatest respect to FBA Tariq, doesn't he know his own history? Because I could name you from William. Do you know who William O'Neill is? William O'Neill is an African American from Chicago. He caused the death of the Black Panther guy, Fred Hampton. He undermined the Black Panthers in Chicago. Then you have Dathard Perry. Dathard Perry was an FBI informant. He was sent by the FBI into the Black Panthers organization in California to undermine that organization. Then I'm asking, do you know who Julia Clarice Brown is? Julia Clarice Brown wrote a book called My Life as an FBI Agent. Do you know what she did? She was sent by J. Edgar Hoover to undermine Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. and his organization. And do you know the reasons for doing that? What she said is on YouTube. All of this is on YouTube and all of this is documented. She said that Dr. Martin Luther King is asking for $10 billion in reparations from the government of the United States. And she was completely against that idea. So she became an FBI agent because she thought that Martin Luther King was trying to undermine America. She was an African American, brother.
I'm sorry. Can you say that last name again?
Her name was Julia Clarice Brown. Look her up. She wrote a book called My Life as an FBI Agent. The next person, there was a man named Ernest Wither. He was another African American. He was Dr. Martin Luther King photographer. He was also an FBI informant and an FBI agent, brother. There was another man his name was James Wormsley Jones. Right, James Wormsley Jones. His agent number was Agent 800. He was sent by J. Edgar Hoover to go into Harlem to undermine the United Negro Improvement Association, the UNIA, Marcus Garvey. This was 1920. So when the brother says that we are trying to undermine you, I'm saying, have you forgotten your own history? Because you have a long history of your own people undermining your own groups and your own organizations. Not only that, there was undermining the whole reparations movement. She is a historical figure. She was, and like I say, you could look all this information up on YouTube or anywhere else you would like. And on the other side of that, you have Caribbean people like we mentioned before. You have Louis Farrakhan. You have Marcus Garvey. You have Shirley Chisholm. You have Roy Enos. You have Malcolm X. Some people dispute whether he's a Caribbean person or not. These are Caribbean people or Caribbean adjacent people who was at the Stokely Carmichael, who was at the forefront of most Black movements within America. So I'm saying that historically you have to get it right, brother. That's all I'm saying. Historically, you have to get it right, because when you name names, you don't name the people who are undermining your organizations, because this is in fact your people. Some of them are your people, brother. I just mentioned the Black Panthers. I just mentioned Martin Luther King. I just mentioned the UNIA. All these were major Black movements in America. And who were they undermined by? They were undermined by FBA people, brother. And so the narrative that we are just coming here to undermine the organization, I'm saying, have you forgotten your own history? I have to beg the question.
And if I may, before anything, I just want to add two things. And I'm sorry, Trey, really quickly, because this supports what Can everybody hear me? Yeah.
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay, so I wanted to add this because what the brother was saying is very important. You mentioned Brazil. Brazil became independent on 11/8/25 through the Treaty of Rio de Janeiro. 60 years it took, even if in that treaty the slavery was abolished. It took 60 years until 11/8/88 under the Empress Braja, that then you saw the parliament establish the full abolishment of slavery. But what happened in Brazil that it took that time frame? Well, the Catholic Church and the Christians were against abolishment in Brazil. And that's why from the moment they became independent up to 11/8/88, about 60 some odd years, Brazil had a virtual abolishment of slavery, but a cultural continuing of that action until the Catholic Church could not support the pressure that was happening inside of Brazil, and it was over for them. So that's why it took that time frame. But contrary to what happened in the United States, Brazil did not go into civil war. It was something that gradually happened. And if we look at the majority of the rest of Latin America,
you gotta bring it home, brother, because
Sorry, I tend to be like that.
It's okay.
Just to be concise and in support of what I forgot. Se me olvidó tu nombre. Perdona.
Me llamo Buana.
Buana. In support of what Juana was saying.
Buana. Yes. Sí.
Si lo digo mal, me disculpas y me corriges. If I say wrong, please correct me in that sense.
No, sí, it's Buana.
So just that point right there is knowing the intricacies of the history, particularly here in the Western Hemisphere. Let's not bring Africa right now into the conversation. Let's just stick to where we're from here.
Okay. All right. Go ahead, Trey.
Man, I think there's a big misunderstanding because, like, with all due respect to the Caribbean, to Africa, to the so-called Black diaspora, man, as FBAs, we're not. We want them to fight in their homelands. We're rooting for them to do that, but we're not really concerned with them. The only concern we have is because they're over here among us. And when we have our movements, as a part of our movement for liberation, that's why we are calling out when we see things that seem to be undermining. And this big example of that for us, the biggest example was Barack Obama. Because that's when FBA's got on this whole Pan-African thing. Well, he's African, he's still black, all this other stuff. And we realized that he was the best example I could think of where they use people who are foreigners and bring them here, bring them amongst us, and they undermine us with our own help. So that's all it is. It's like whatever y'all have going over there in Brazil. I'm curious because I learned the history of the Aboriginal history and all that. But that's so secondary or tertiary. That's not even a thought. We're talking about liberation for our people in America. So I mean, I don't even understand why, like, this whole thing, what's happening over in the United States, is even like a concern of people across the diaspora. Like, and the people that come over here among us, all we're asking is that they fall in line with us and in our movement. And we call out our coons because somebody listed a bunch of coons. We don't respect them. And we never said that we don't have coons. So if your point is that we have coons too, so what's the difference between an American coon versus a domestic coon? The difference is those people don't get any respect. Like the coon who killed was not Huey Newton.
Fred Hampton.
Oh, Fred Hampton.
Yes.
He was so ashamed he committed suicide because you cannot do that around here. Clarence Thomas, he gets no respect. What's another American coon? Shoot, that man.
Hold on 1 second, Trey. But see, this is the thing.
Larry Elder
that FBAs do, right? When the narrative is always that, only Caribbeans, the only people that come here from the Caribbean and Africa are these docile people who worship white supremacy. And then Vana will say, well, no, you have people that are domestic coons also. And then you pivot to, well, this is the explanation and there's nuance in it. I find this something that FBA does all the time. We want the same thing too. So the same consideration you have, like, yeah, that's true, bro. Those are coons. Also, yes, because there's Jamaican coons, Caribbean coons, African coons, but we want that same grace.
I gave you that same grace, right? Because when you said they're American coons, I agree with you. They're coons. So is that your point?
But the FBA trope is, and you have said this before, is that you come from your homeland. Even G said, "Oh, you have a white supremacist mentality. You worship white supremacy," and there's no nuance to it. So, and it's a blanket statement.
But both of
that's
those,
the problem that we have. So, I understand everything that you're saying. I agree with everything that you're saying as far as the type of coons in America and why they're coons in America. I understand that. I think that you don't understand or really give credence to that same dynamic also plays out in the Caribbean. That's all that I'm saying,
bro. But you realize that.
Quickly,
I got you.
Right. Sorry. Real quickly, Trey. Why do you keep on making that distinction in the Western Hemisphere regarding the term American? In the comments, I was on that, and I'm still on that. Here, Western Hemisphere, again, America is an exonym that was placed within 12 years after the arrival of Columbus here. That's 100 years prior to the arrival of the British to the eastern shores of what today is called the United States. The term American had been widely used by the time the British arrived there. By the time your founding fathers established the name America, it was something that was already widespread throughout the whole continent.
Respectfully, Kofi, can you answer that, man? Because I think you know that we're not the same as a person that's Peruvian and American. If we're saying there's a distinction between that, then I'm not really so sure.
Okay, hold on. Is a Nigerian the same as an Ethiopian? Is a Tanzanian the same? But they're all Africans at the end.
No, they're not though. They don't look at themselves that way. Just like a Japanese and a Chinese person doesn't say that.
But see, this is the problem we had on the panel with G. I wish G was here. And Alex gave a perfect example, and it was like, I don't know if G was being disingenuous in it because he really simplified it. Like, we all know, because like me and you, all of us live in America, except for Buana. But Buana have American brethren here. We all know, me being in New York, that the New Yorkers here aren't the same. The people from Texas aren't the same people from Georgia. But a New Yorker is not going to say to a Georgian saying, you're not American. Because it's retarded, right? We're not going to say that. Just like you have an African tribe. In Africa, it's like, it's not what tribe you're from. It's where you're from. Oh, where are you from? Oh, I'm from Nigeria. Then the next question may be like, well, what tribe you're from or what province or where your people's from. But no one knows if you're Nigerian or not unless you freaking ask. Just like if you're here in America, you can't look at a person in America and say, oh, I can tell that person's from Texas. I can tell that person's from Nebraska. A black person. It makes no sense. So when you say that, that's why we having a hard time to understand what do you mean just because someone's from a different tribe or a different place in Africa and they see themselves different.
And I really want to just put, sorry, Trey. Just really want to push on this. For us in Latin America, the concept of America is that of that continent from Argentina to Canada and the Caribbean, 35 nations. We're not saying we're all the same. We're saying that this Western Hemisphere as a whole has shared history, has shared elements of cultural practices. Yes, there are differences and there are similar things. But what we're saying is that the idea or the concept of United States as uniquely American is bullshit. It's entirely bullshit, and it shows that the United States citizen is subjected to imperialism, to exceptionalism that has blinded them to the reality of the Western Hemisphere and the historical weight that we have. And that historical weight is called independence and it's called democracy.
Okay, even if that were true, I don't see how that's relevant to our political movement in the United States. Like whatever they have going on in the Caribbean and South America, that's all well and good. But I just don't think that that's relevant. Is my point. And I don't even understand, like, when we're having conversations about our politics in America, it's almost like it derails the conversation when we have to even talk about what's going on in the diaspora. I mean, whatever they got going on is what they got going on. We're talking about what we have going on here and the people who migrate here, and then how we have cultural differences. And a lot of times we've been hearing, like, stay away from the black people. We know that they were taught that because to answer your question, how did the Eritreans and Ethiopians know who to kill during
hold
war
on.
there?
Before you pivot that, I know I'm cutting you off, but you said something that is not true in my runnings. Again, my mother never told me stay away from Black Americans.
That's good, bro. If they were all like your mother, then we wouldn't have this problem, though, bro.
But hold on.
I get that.
But you have to understand, I know, being in New York, I know a lot of immigrants and Black Americans. Out of all my so-called immigrant friends, not one of them said, "Oh, I can't mess with LaShawn because he's Black American." I didn't start hearing this shit till I got online. So I think what you're doing, I don't know what your shared experience is when it comes to Africans and Caribbeans.
Right.
I think that's being embellished and hyper-focused to make it seem like it's the norm.
But can I say the same about you? Can I say your experience is embellished and make it seem, because I have a different experience than you, and you don't speak for all people, bro. And you feel like you're right. You're right. To people who have
you're exactly right. I will never downplay anybody's experience. So if your experience is 100% and my experience is 100%, what we should tell ourselves is, like, again, let's make believe it's like 10 years ago. Well, that Jamaican or Guyanese, whoever, they're fucking coons, bro. Don't even pay attention to them because I'm not like that. We not like that. And you should have the testicular fortitude to say the same. Well, you know what? That person is wrong. Is not like that. Instead of saying, "Oh, I guess you all are like that." You see what I'm trying to say? And
I get it, but we don't move that way, bro. It's not like we don't. If we see a threat, we see a problem, we address it. Like it's not like we just had smoke for Black immigrants. We had the same. They're in Chicago right now, in the city hall protesting heavy and talking about turning the state red just because of the white Latinos. And they had the same smoke for white supremacists as well. So we're not going to see somebody like talking bad and just turn the other cheek. That's just like the old Negroes used to do that. But this new generation, across all these things, even with this gender shit going on, to where like we had to see the color purples and all this other thing going on, we're not having it anymore, bro. And it's nothing personal, but if there's a threat, it's got to be neutralized.
Can I say something?
Sure.
So when Trey says that some Caribbean people or foreigners, Black foreigners, come to America, they are inclined to say, "Don't hang out with certain kids." Well, that's just responsible parenting, because the narrative is, or it suggests, that people in America don't have a culture where they have hangout culture, drug culture, gang culture, etc.
Those are stereotypes. You know that, right?
Let me finish though, Trey. I'll let you go after I'm done. So, depending on which environment you are in, a responsible parent will tell the child, "Well, look, there are some brothers on the corner who are doing things that's antithetical for you improving your life or you bettering yourself. Don't hang out with those people." That's not a stereotype. Brother, I lived in America before. I know brothers who hang out in front of the liquor store, the corner store. I know brothers who skip classes. I know brothers who are in certain gangs in America. Don't tell me that these things don't exist. So me as a responsible parent, if I am living in a Black community, any responsible parent, even a Black American parent, would say, "Don't hang out with these people because these people are inclined to get you arrested or on drugs or doing some kind of criminal activity." That's the onus is on a responsible parent to say, "Don't hang with these people." Now, if you take that to mean, well, these people don't want to hang around us, these people don't like us, etc., 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 that is a half truth, because we all know that some people within the diaspora, depending on where you are engaged in criminal and nefarious activity. Any responsible parent would say, "Don't hang with these people because it will create a bad result." So who are you to tell me because it's my child. My duty is to protect that child. So if I tell my child not to hang with certain individuals, I am just being a responsible parent, brother. So if you take that to mean they've been told not to hang around, that's a false narrative too. That's a false. I'm telling my child not to hang around a culture of people who are not necessarily going in the direction that I would like them to go.
Got you. You're saying that you think Black Americans don't tell.
You are generalizing. I am not generalizing. And some people would take their individual experience and they would blow it up to a generalization. I am saying even if that person on the corner is a white person or a Chinese, but if I am in a community filled with Black people, Black American people, I will tell my child as a responsible parent not to hang out with certain individuals. Why wouldn't you?
All right, look, bro, you said that parents tell their kids not to hang out around bad crowds, right?
Should.
Okay, I don't know, it took you a long time. You said it like 7 different times. I hear you, but that's not what we're talking about. Black Americans also tell their kids not to hang out around the wrong crowd. But what we don't do is we don't stereotype a group of people. Because when they say stay away from Black Americans, it's not like we're all exhibiting those negative stereotypes. And when you say that, you sound like a white supremacist. And that's
you could call me, you could call me any name you want to call me. I am saying as a responsible parent,
because you're using their talking points. Because
if my talking point is,
okay.
Sure, I'm sorry for interrupting you. Yeah, I'm sorry for interrupting you, brother. I'm sorry for interrupting. I'll let you go. Go ahead, brothers. I'm sorry for interrupting.
Appreciate that. So what I'm saying is, if you group a person together, then our Black Americans are not saying stay away from Africans. They're saying stay away from the wrong crowd. They didn't even say that about white people. They just don't want you to, it depends on the type of people that it is. So when you say things like, well, they didn't mean stay away from Black people, they meant stay away, and you list a bunch of tropes and negative stereotypes. That's what white supremacists do. They label us by negative tropes and stereotypes like you just did yourself. So I'm not saying people are bad by telling their kids not to hang out around the wrong crowd. What they're bad is by generalizing. And what I've heard Africans say or Black immigrants say that when they come in over here, they tell them to stay away from Black Americans. So I don't even fully blame them. But what they've been taught is what we need to debunk. And we're addressing that now because they were raised by people that they show them videos, people sagging their pants. They show them getting arrested. They see the propaganda that's put all over the world. They see BET, which isn't even Black owned. And they have all these negative tropes about us. And a lot of people have adopted. But Black Americans, before this whole diaspora thing, when we saw Africa, we thought about Timbuktu, and we thought about the Benin Kingdom and all these other things that they had over there, and how the Greeks went to go study there. But even though on TV we saw Starving Marvin, but we didn't look at it that way. But now that we're seeing that these tropes have been adopted by a lot of our so-called brothers in the diaspora, now we're just reading their mail and giving the same energy.
Right. Let me
No, Kofi, because he made statements. I have to respond to them, brother.
All right,
Now, what he said is that Black Americans saw, when they thought about African continent, they thought about Timbuktu and the Alexandrians going there to study. Now, that is recent history. And by the way, the Black academics had to fight to get that into the mental state of the typical Black American, because Black Americans, the truth is, they didn't think of African culture as what you are suggesting. They thought swollen bellies. They thought flies swarming over the mountain. Let me finish. I didn't interrupt you one time, brother. I didn't interrupt you one time, though, Trey.
No, what you're talking
about. I didn't. So, but you spoke. No, you generalized to me. He generalized to me. He generalized for what Caribbean people think. So now, yes, but I'm telling you because you generalize for how we think and what we are taught. You generalize. You are yes, but I'm telling you. But I am a Caribbean person. How you could tell me what I have been taught?
Because
I am a Caribbean. See, so you are generalizing for me. You are generalizing for me.
Guys, I don't want to mute you guys. Like Trey, just hold with your thoughts because I want to say a lot to you but Buana wanted to say something too because it responds
Yes,
to you.
yes,
I have to hold it.
And I want to say
he didn't
things
interrupt
too,
you.
but
He
I'll
even
wait for
yes, he wants to speak too. He even
He is-
apologized. Buana even apologized for interrupting
My
you.
fault. My fault. Want to tell us how we didn't tell us what we knew
he
about.
is
Tell us
he
what we
is
knew
ju-
about Africa.
Sure,
Please
sure,
enlighten
sure.
me.
And I will. But he is first of all, he is generalizing for Caribbean people, even though I am a Caribbean person sitting on this panel, and I've lived in America, many states in America, and I haven't been taught anything that I didn't find out specifically in living in the territories among African Americans. So it's not a trope, it's been based off of my experience. So like I say, if you don't want me to create narratives for you, you don't create narratives for me. This is a Caribbean person speaking. So let me speak for myself as you as an American speak for yourself, but don't speak for Caribbean people. First and foremost. Second of all, it's been my experience when I go into certain communities, what is going on actually in the community themselves. Now, I understand you want to create this image of the clean face of black American person who is involved in no criminal activity, who is involved in no drug or no gang activity. That's been your experience. That's wonderful. That's not been my experience living in South Florida, living in New York City, living in Atlanta, living in Michigan. So, I mean, listen, we all could go off our personal experience. The statistics may not say that, but we could go off our personal experience. It's also been my experience that the so-called term African booty scratcher is not a new term. And the other tropes that I have heard out of African American mouths in terms of how they view Africa. And how they view Africa. That's been my personal experience, and it's not a good one. In fact, they have the same kind of ideas and tropes that the white man has in terms of Africa. It's a Dust Bowl society, and you hear it now from many FBAs. You may not think like this, but many go to my TV. You will hear all the anti-African tropes in the world. And I'm saying that if you don't feel like this, I'm saying if you didn't feel,
let's say children now on my
okay, if you guys didn't feel like that, why do so many people support these ideas and these tropes? So, like I say, I understand your perspective and you see things through your FBA glasses, but I see things through my Caribbean glasses as a traveler throughout the diaspora. And we came up with different kinds of conclusions. But as you say, since I can't speak to your experience and speak for you, please don't speak for Caribbean people and their experiences within America or throughout the diaspora. That's what I'm asking for you not to do.
So the majority.
Hold on. Let get the studio get in real quick. Real quick. We're going on 4 hours. I was gonna play another little clip, but it's okay. I was pretty much anyway. But let the studio say his piece, brother. Keep it short, because Trey has to respond to Buana. Are you there? If you're on mute. Did so. I don't know. I guess he probably left. All right, Trey. Respond.
Man, this whole idea that the majority of us are criminals, or you said in your experience you said this whole thing where I may have the illusion, or I may have the idea that there are Black Americans that aren't criminals. Man, that's what I'm talking about, bro. The vast majority of us are not criminals. We don't engage in any of those activities that you see on TV. And if you were in that neighborhood, that's more of a reflection of your neighborhood, because I know plenty of people who are well educated, who are very successful. They're married, they have kids, they have both parents. And I know plenty of people like that. So for a person who looks like me, that shares my complexion, to say that, that's why we just don't really fool with y'all, because we hear rhetoric like that. And the people that hear rhetoric like that don't fool with y'all. And it's not because you're an immigrant or anything like that. It's because you have adopted a mindset that you picked up from these white supremacists. Because you said I'm projecting on you, or I'm speaking for you. I know what they teach people in the green card office. I also know that the people that select the folks to come over here, they're not selecting the riders. They're selecting the people who will not make trouble. Obviously, why would they pick people over here that could be a problem for them? So these are facts. It's not like I'm trying to project something onto you.
Trey. So I'm going to respond to that, and this came back. I think missing what Buana is saying, and this kept happening in the conversation between you, me, and G.
Bro, can I tell you my understanding? You tell me real quick what I got wrong, because it's real. Make it simple. He said that.
You know, I am because D has to go.
I think you're going to mischaracterize me. I think you're going to mischaracterize what I'm saying.
No, I'm not. I think you're. He said two again, and I keep saying this. Two things could be right at the same time. It's not if that doesn't mean if you're right means he's wrong. If I say he's right doesn't mean you're wrong. He just said, right, and I heard the conversation. You have your own experience, and we cannot say, like with me, you say, well, bro, I have my own experience. I have to respect that. I have my own experience. You have to respect that. He's saying the same thing as a Caribbean man, right? This was his experience being in America in several states, right? That doesn't mean that what you living here for longer than he's probably stayed here doesn't mean that what you're saying is a lie. And I think that's how you're taking it is a lie. No, he's saying
that's not what I was responding
both
to,
things.
Man.
Yeah, but you're saying, but he's not generalizing. He's just saying this is my experience.
No, but that's not what I'm saying, because he was responding to when I said that they said stay away from black people, and he was saying the reason they said stay away from black people is because you're supposed to tell your kids to stay away from criminals.
No. See, and I think and I wanted to do that, but he wanted to talk. No, I think. And I see where it was going. Buana, correct me if I'm wrong. Are you saying
it's recorded?
Hold on. Are you saying that most Black Americans are criminals?
Why would I ever say such a ridiculous thing? I never made that statement. And hold on, let me finish real quick. And the recording. That's how he's taking it. The recording is here for anyone to listen to the playback, to listen to exactly what I've said. Why would I make such a statement? I have said that not everyone, African Americans are not angels. There are some African Americans who are hardworking. No, let me say African, because the African American, there are some FBA people who are hardworking and who would never rob 101 and who would never engage in any criminal activity. But there are also African Americans who have nefarious intent and do criminal things.
All right, so pause right there. So when you're saying that, hey, if I'm a parent and I'm from the Caribbean and I'm in a Black neighborhood, when I say stay away from those people there on the corner, you're just speaking about the Black Americans that are,
or just the Black people. If I'm in America, of course I'm speaking to they're probably going to be African Americans. If I was in Colombia, I would say stay away from the Black Colombians on the corner who engage in nefarious activity, because I'm in Colombia. So I don't know. I don't. Among those people, there may be Caribbean people, there may be Colombian people, there may be Panamanian people. But I'm assuming that since they dress in American culture and all that good stuff, I'm assuming that's the dudes who on the corner in the corner I live with. I'm gonna say don't engage and stay around these people.
All right,
if African Americans,
we gotta let on this soul talk, because he was waiting.
The distinction, though, he's saying stay away from Americans. He can't tell the difference, and that sounds just like the cops when they come up on.
But that's what we're saying. You saying Caribbeans are different from anyway. Let me go.
Trey, several points. One, you said something that is characteristic of U.S. citizens in the Western Hemisphere towards other people of the Western Hemisphere. You don't care about us. You don't care about our history. That that form of being isolationist is playing against you, because the point of debate is the Black American diaspora in the Western Hemisphere is bigger and broader and more diverse than just the population of the United States. However, it seems as if the 40 million people in the United States of descendants of slaves have taken upon themselves to be deterministic, to say that the only valid Black American experience is of the United States. That the only...
No,
give me a moment to conclude on that.
Why wouldn't we prioritize our homeland, bro?
No one is telling you that where you're at does not require your direct attention.
Priority.
what we're saying is that the isolation that you have created for yourselves blinds you that a lot of the things that are affecting you are extremely similar in the Caribbean, in Central America, in Mexico, and in South America for the populations of Afro-descendancy. One of those major points, and now that we are talking about it, is crime. What is one of the major drivers in crime in Afro and indigenous populations throughout the whole continent, if not the war on drugs for the past 60 years? That is a fact. The major quantity of population that is being affected because of a policy created by the United States through the Nixon era and then pushed through the United Nations through 3 international conventions is one of the major drivers of violence and death and crime in Afro regions. And that in itself affects both populations of United States, Central America, South America, and the Caribbean.
True.
That being said, what we're telling you and what we have been telling you for the past 200 years is that United States is not America. United States does not have morally or in any way, shape, form, or manner the monopoly of the term American. And the idea of blackness in America, I mean, I find it absurd that after between 200 and 248 years, this new generations don't even have the slightest idea to even be able to speak about the Atlantic slave trade, of how it long lasted, where 12 million were brought here forcefully, 6 million were deposited in just Brazil.
400,000 came to America. I'm familiar.
400,000 to United States.
To the United States, right? But that's
America, 12 million.
I realize America is 2 continents. I realize that.
When it's one continent. That's the difference. We don't see it as
South
2
America,
continents.
North America, they aren't 2 separate continents?
No. The reason why we see it as one continent has to do with the region I'm from, Central America. Because Central America connects and makes this a whole expanding land that you can traverse. In fact, we have the Pan-American highway that goes from Alaska all the way to Argentina connected. And the only point that there isn't a highway is the Darien Gap, because the Darien Gap is a protected forest. But you can still go from Panama to Colombia through a ferry, which still functions as a connection in that sense.
I mean, that part is true. And that part is true. I don't agree with the whole America thing, but I get where you're coming from. My point is, I don't know what it has to do with the price of tea in China. Because one thing, like, we want to get rid of qualified immunity in America. We want to stop police brutality. I don't see how what you're talking about is relevant to helping us get there. So
it's extremely relevant.
Bro, how is acknowledging the Caribbean gonna help us stop police brutality?
So I think this is where the gap is. Correct me wrong, Trey, because I don't want to mischaracterize your ideology. My answer to the question that you asked on Ditso would be a Pan-African paradigm, and the reason why I say a Pan-African paradigm is because I used to, I don't know if you know who Polite is, Brother Polite is, or whatever. He said
the perv that got locked up.
Yeah. He said one thing that I agreed with. And Black Americans have tried everything in the book except for being African for a short period of time. I'll say probably after Reconstruction, then it died down, then it picked up in the 60s and the 70s, and then it died down again, and here we are. Polite said something that would be very beneficial. And I even told you guys that, and G got upset, right? If African Americans, this is my view, if African Americans, because you agree that we're in the belly of the beast, African Americans in the belly of the beast, we're being brutalized, mistreated, taken for granted, all that is true, right? Yeah. I am saying, but Polite said something that I agree with. If you had African Americans take their DNA test, right? And they say, wow, I found out I'm from Burkina Faso. I found out I'm from Mali. And you re-register and you have dual citizenship, as someone from Mali or Nigeria. Now, when America does the horrific thing that has been doing since slavery and Reconstruction to this day, now you're not harming a citizen of the United States, because the jurisdiction of them harming you is not going to leave these shores of the United States. Now, if you're saying, well, this is a citizen of Nigeria and you're hurting Nigerians, now the whole playing field is different. Now it's like, wow, we're fucking with a country and a country's economy, and it's in front of the UN. See, look what's happening. Look what's happening in Palestine, and what's happening in Palestine and Israel. South Africa, took it to the UN, and everybody on the UN is pretty much on the Palestinian side. Because if you left it to white racist Israel, nothing would happen.
Okay, so, if I may, because I think you were trying to interpret my words, let me be very clear as to answer that to Trey. The Pan-American experience, we have to acknowledge three major things. One, we have been interconnected and interdependent of each other since the Europeans arrived here, and even before we saw that interconnection and interdependence. Second, why does it matter to have a broader view in regards of the Black American experience, be it in the Caribbean, Central America, South America, and Mexico? Because that enables more tools to then pressure internally into the issues that need resolution within the United States. Would you imagine how pressured the government of the United States would be if protest against the treatment of Black communities in the United States would happen in the embassy of the United States in all 35 nations? Do you know what that creates, that condition creates? That being said, specifically in the Pan-American experience, what I find mainly absurd is what happens with somebody like what we're seeing on the page that Coffee is showing to us. I cannot fathom somebody who openly wants to fight for justice with a right hand, but with the left hand does xenophobia, does stereotype, and creates forms of discrimination. That to me is a hypocrite. Because look, I've been fighting on my area to correct the things. It took me 13 years, but I fought for the legalization of marijuana through my congressional means, and I was successful here.
In America?
In a country, in America, in Central America, in Costa Rica.
Oh, man.
And I've worked in 5 other countries, plus I've worked in several states to do the exact same thing.
He doesn't care, brother. He doesn't care. He's a nativist. He doesn't care. He only see things within the borders of 51 states, brother. He doesn't care.
After this point, I think he's going to start changing and realizing on this. The same things I'm doing to change and impact the problematics of irregular migration, aka badly called in the United States illegal migration. But this is the point.
All right, what we need to do right now, guys, because it's at the 4. We passed the 4-hour mark. Okay. I really love the dialogue, but I kind of want this to be digestible for people who see this.
I know. I talk too much. I'm sorry.
No. I'm like that too. I'm like that too. Do not beat yourself up for that. I love that. What I'm gonna do to show my good faith, not due to FBA trade, but I'm gonna do it anyway because I'm doing it for the fact that I want everyone to say their. I give everyone about like 2-3 minutes to say what they got to say. I'll give FBA trade the last word. Even though we got most of the people in the comment right here, it's the same exact thing what we're talking about. So who's this person right here? This individual right here saying all the xenophobic, all the typical FBA stuff. So, but I'm going to give FBA trade the last word. So everyone pretty much just say, their piece. I give you roughly like 3 minutes or so. So since you're talking, go ahead. I'll give it to you, then Buana, then Trey.
Very simple. America's this continent that is from Argentina to Canada and the Caribbean. has a rich history, and particularly that history of either indigenous Afro communities or the combination of thereof. That history of continuously fighting for integration into the independent societies that happened in the last 200 and 248 years. But not only do we have to fight in Latin America internally with our own issues, but we also have to fight with the exploitation of racism and the exploitation of violence and the exploitation of being invisible to the rest, to the North American experience. And we've been saying it for the last 200 years. It is not logical, and it is a terrorist form of isolating themselves.
All right.
That being said, just to conclude, that being said, it is time to return to the bases. And those bases are America's one continent, and the United States is not the only country there.
All right, thank you for that. I really do appreciate that. Juana, go ahead.
Yes. So first, let me say this. So let me invite my Afro Latino brother, mi hermano, to Bitter Medicine podcast. We host that on Saturday nights on YouTube. You can find us. It's called the Bitter Medicine podcast. You have diasporans from all around the Black world. We come together and have conversations. Click up with us. You'll have a good conversation off of that. I think that what is happening is that my brother to the south he is trying to have a Pan-African conversation, but you have to understand when you speak to nativists, people who are nativist minded, their conversation only extends within the borders of their particular countries, and they don't have a perspective. They may not have a perspective that extends beyond those borders. So I think that you would have a much better conversation speaking to Pan-Africans who could see beyond the four walls of the countries in which they come from. So I would invite you to join us to that, first and foremost. Secondly, let me just say that when Trey says that, it's about what's going on in America, I understand that. That is the country from which he comes from. But unfortunately, when you're dealing with America, it's not only what happens locally within America affects Black Americans or white Americans, but what happens externally as well. Because America has a history of going to different countries and doing a whole lot of skullduggeries, stealing people's resources, murdering many people. And when people decide to come looking for their markets inside America, the indigenous and local populations are affected by what's happening, what they do globally around the world. In particular, they use the faces of Black people, FBA people, like General Michael Langley and AFRICOM, to go around the world, steal people's resources, murder, disrupt governments, plan coups. And then when the people come from these places looking for their markets back because you've destabilized their countries and economies, the indigenous population who may not know and understand geopolitics or global politics, they say, well, why are these people here? Well, this is the reasons why these people here. You have some people go around the world disrupting governments, some FBA people. So I think that sometimes when we have these conversations, they need to be not necessarily nativist and limited or restricted. They need to expand beyond the borders of the United States first and foremost, and we need to speak to each other, not necessarily in an echo chamber. So I respect the fact that FBA Trey actually did come on this panel tonight to have a discussion outside of the echo chamber. Yes, sir. Outside of the echo chamber that he usually is in. I respect the fact that he is willing to get challenged by us with some of the statements that he may have made, and I respect the brother. I don't know the brother from Adams. I think that he may be sincere in some of the things that he may say, but I think that the fact that he is willing to give us an ear, at least an ear. He may not agree with nothing we have to say, but the fact that he is willing to give us an ear and sit down to have a dialogue with us, I respect him more for that. And shout out to you, FBA Trey. If I never say anything to you, brother, you know what I mean? You still are my brother, even though we may disagree politically. I'll leave it there.
All right. Thanks, Juana. Go ahead, Trey.
Oh, yeah, I say respect to that too, as far as at least us being able to have a civil conversation, because I do think that, like, if Tariq is our Tucker Carlson, I do think that he may have some points that we do need some people that may be able to have conversations that are maybe less I can't think of the exact word for inflammatory, maybe, so that way we can actually get forward and talk about things like facts. But just to touch on some of the things that you said, it's not that I don't care about what happens in the world. I care. I'm not like so cold-hearted where I don't care about suffering abroad. Like with the Palestinian thing, I don't like to see the Jewish people do that to them, even though Palestinians call black people what Jarir or Abib or whatever the word is for slave. They got a town called Abib town or something like that. And
yeah, Aswad and Habib. Yeah, it means black slave in Arabic.
Right. So I know there's like a war between two races, but I don't want to see like babies being harmed and things like that. But all I'm saying is that my priority, like you agree with, is in America. So I'm worried about my people here. And that's all it is, no smoke at all. So when people come in the conversation talking about the we are one and everything like that, that's all fair and good. But this Pan-Africanism thing ends up being a useful tool to the dominant society, because if there are two so-called black people in America, and one of them is worried about their priorities in America, and the other one is worried about the priorities of global Africanism, then it becomes advantageous to the dominant society in America to help the people that aren't necessarily trying to push for change in the dominant society's backyard. So it's just like a strategy. It's no harm intended, but that's just the way we have to move. And I'm also would be okay with Pan-Africanism, but it's something that needs to be negotiated. It can't just be something that we have to get something out of it that's tangible. The same thing we talk about with politics, like tangibles from quick examples. Like we need to see Pan-Africanism work in other places. Particularly, like, we don't want to see civil wars over there. We don't want to see Ethiopia fight Eritrea. We don't want to see the Nigerian civil wars. We don't want to see Kenya getting used by the UN to go spy on Haiti and everything over there. We don't need to see the divisiveness to go. We don't want to see the skin bleach and everything like that. We don't want to see anybody worshiping the queen, because if that's coming over here, we already have domestic coons. The last thing we need is more people that, when we check them, they call us divisive. Because all the tether is a foreign coon. I say time and time again, there are plenty of good riders out here. And when they keep it respectful, we should keep it respectful as well. And the other thing we need free citizenship, the same way that Israel does. They give them free citizenship and free land, because they actually think that the diaspora, Jewish diaspora, they actually put something behind it and give you something for it. And also, I already just said the thing uniting with each other at home. And until those things fall into place, Pan-Africanism is a distraction. We need to focus at the Black Americans. We need to take it to the dominant society in America. Go to this reparation rally coming up right now. We need to quit voting for Democrats or Republicans unless they do something for us. We need to put our own legislators out there. We need to go against the boule. We have so many issues we got to deal with here. And the Pan-Africanism is an indirect approach to that. We're trying to go direct, man. And that's really all it is, to sum it up.
All right. Thank you for that.
For sure.
Yeah, I really appreciate everybody coming on here.
I want to invite FBA Trey to come to our thing too, Better Medicine podcast too. I want to invite him too. That's my brother too. Like I say, we disagree. No, we disagree, but I want him to come too.
Then, man.
Yes, sir. Yeah, no. I want my brother to come too. I want FBA. I'm inviting FBA Trey to come to the Better Medicine podcast. We do it on the Saturday nights, brother, 8 o'clock. If you don't have nothing to do, come on out and come hang out with your Caribbean and African and American brothers. If you want to, only if you want to, bro.
And to Coffee, to Trey, to Juan, I left you my email on the internal chat. So you can just send me an email and
yes. I will. See. Yes.
Thank you for having me here. Appreciate it, Trey. I love having this type of conversations, and hopefully we can expand on various points. And Coffee, thank you again. I really enjoyed. I saw the prior live you were covering right now, and I enjoyed the things you talked. That's why I subscribed. So.
Thank you. I appreciate you.
I hope in the future I can assist furthermore. Trey, as my people, the indigenous here in Costa Rica, one of them, the Bribri say, Beshko Wowlaba, which means walk with your eyes open.
For
Thank
sure.
you, brother. Thank
Appreciate the civil conversation, y'all. I think if we have more of this, then a lot of this diaspora war will, a lot of this can be resolved. And I think the more we have this, the further it's just going to push it and the faster it's going to make it grow. Because people come over here and they see negative things said about Black Americans, and it's a natural thing for them to, think this reflects all of it. So it's like, if we want to see this go down, we got to, I don't know, man. It's just, man, last thing, real quick. If I go to the Caribbean as an FBA and I say anything that Caribbeans say about FBAs in our homeland, don't you think that they would, man, the smoke that we would get also, if we go to Africa, the same thing. We can't go to Nigeria and say, man, stay away from the Nigerians, like openly, and have it be known and have words for them and stuff like that, man. They would tie us up, put a tie.
But that would make no sense if you go to Nigeria and say stay away from Nigerians. If you go to Nigeria and you say stay away from Boko Haram, most of them are going to say fuck yeah, stay away from Boko Haram.
but you can't compare Black Americans to like I know that we don't run the United States, but you can't act like we don't have our own identity. We don't have our own Black nation over here. We have shared culture, shared language, shared history, shared everything. We're in captivity. But that doesn't mean, so when you say that because we're in captivity, we're just one generic Black person and anybody can come from anywhere and automatically they're just one of us and we don't have any separate identity, man, nobody will want that to happen to their people.
I'm not. I think you're mixing some things up.
Yeah, that would be another long conversation. All I'm going to say, Trey, you're confabulating what we're trying to tell you with the bias that you already have.
But that's just how it comes off to a lot of us. I get what you're saying. That if that's not what you mean, that's great. But that's how it comes off, and that's what people are reacting to. So
it's the same way that when we Latin Americans talk to a North American and they deny our Americanness, it's the same feeling that you're having is the actual feeling that we have for the past 200 years in regards of our identity and our realities in that sense. So
FBAs don't do that though. That's the white man.
Okay, guys, this could go on forever.
Oh yeah.
Sorry. All right. Buenas noches todos. Goodbye.
Yeah, what I'll say the Trey is like, I think we need to do another show, and I think all the things like oh man, I forgot the brother's name. What's the brother's name? Was the host on the Too Big Fair show again?
Q.
Like Q, I like that brother. That brother is fair. Even when I'm like, honestly, he's fair, right? I think what we need to do, because he was looking at it, the thing he said that matters to move this conversation forward. What can we do to bridge the gap? What are the issues that we have, that you have, or from an FBA standpoint we have in order to bridge that gap? I think we need to have conversations that will move the conversation forward and evolve the conversation and things that we have, like dispel certain things. So like, for not taking shots, you said, hey, we fought for us to get here and we invented fried chicken. I don't know if you caught the beginning of that. I dispelled that, you know what I'm saying? But at the same time, did you make it better? Hell fucking yeah. White people got know nothing about no goddamn seasoning. Only Black Americans know shit about that, which via Africa, but whatever. So I think we need to do another show like that. I mean, if you don't do it on the FBA, on the To Be Fair show, I mean, we could do it on mine, So I just basically wanted to say that and thank you. But finally, Ditso did say something that I kind of wanted to address real quick. So when I went to understand, I know there's a spectrum of FBA. I know there's you, then I understand there's G and everything. So I know, and then you have the dudes that are in the chat, and not everyone will claim FBA, but not everybody would have the same stance on what FBA is. But me, I'm going based upon this, on the leader of FBA who trademarked FBA, and it's about, and then when I say it's about reparations, but Tariq Nasheed hides behind reparations, and when you look at his page, it's mostly him just attacking Africans. That's all he's doing. He's just mostly basically just attacking African people with this. That's all that he's doing. So to me, so when people say, well, oh, I'm being divisive by pointing it out and saying these are xenophobic racist tropes that a white man used to do back in the 60s to the 80s, you know, with the whole feed the children shit, and you got flies around you, Mobutu and stuff. That's not constructive at all. So this is where I'm basing it from. So I think what we need, even though Trey, you feel there's certain good things that Tariq Nasheed is doing, but you gotta, to me, I think if you're honest, you need to get away from him a little bit because it's mostly toxic, right? So something like right here with Stevie Wonder, how they open Stevie Wonder with open arms, is all these excuses. Well, because he's a celebrity. Oh, well, because he's this, that. It's a divisive thing. I think we are stronger together. If we're, again, like I said, if we're in a boxing match and we're all fingers, we just when one finger says, well, I don't want to be a fist, I'm gonna be on my own, I'm gonna delineate from my hand. It's like, okay, so how are we fighting together when your opponent sees you as one big African, like you would say? But basically that's pretty much all that I wanted to say. But I appreciate all you guys and everything.
Man, oh man,
go ahead.
Ask you two quick questions real quick.
Yeah.
Super quick. One, if you believe, if Tariq Nasheed's goal is to get foundational Black Americans to delineate, I want you to think about if you may be playing into his hands by talking about foundational Black Americans as a collective in anything negative, because he wants people to react like you are, so FBAs can see that reaction and further fuel the movement. So we may need to deal with this more diplomatically, or you will be playing in his hands, for one. And the second thing, if he didn't trademark FBA, then a tether would have done it, or a white person would have done it, because it's up for grabs to be trademarked. Just like how Walmart was selling Juneteenth ice cream until there was outrage. So it's just like a business thing you have to do. It's not like there's no evidence that it's a cult just because he trademarked it because before somebody else could. Because that would, imagine if a white person had FBA trademark, man, you know how goofy we would look.
I mean, they kind of did that with Juneteenth, but again, we can talk about this all day. But it's kind of being hypocritical because you cannot trademark a lineage. African Americans not trademarked. Irish Americans not trademarked. That's why that's the whole thing. Like you can't like have it like both ways. You see what I'm trying to say? But yo, we could talk about this later, bro. I appreciate you. You're my brother, regardless of what I said, of what you really think of me. Look, I got African Americans in my family. No way you're gonna tell me I don't like my niece or my nephew. There's no way you're gonna tell me I don't like my brother-in-law. You know what I'm saying? I grew up with him. There's no way you're gonna tell me I don't love my best friend. There's no way you're gonna tell me that. So when people's, you know, not saying you obviously, but people in the chat and other things, oh, you don't like Black Americans. I'm like, all right, if you say so, it doesn't faze me because I know my life. I know the people that got my back, and Black Americans got my back. You know what I'm saying? So,
man. Yeah, respect is returned to respect. Disrespect is responded to by disrespect. You know, that's just is what it is. So when you respectful in here, I might get on here cussing you out and shit. But if you talk about my lineage, then it's like the same way anybody will react if you talk about their lineage.
Got you, brother. All right, yo, we'll talk. Thanks for coming through, and we'll do this again, man. Peace.
Peace, fam.
Later.